Yes, you can.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. We'll call.
Vice Mayor Chuma. Here. Councilmember Leah. Here. Councilmember Pham. Mayor Montano. Here. Councilmember Modillo.
Here.
Now let's move on to public forum. And Representative Public are invited to speak on. I have no raised hands in Zoom. Attorney Michael. Hello. Councilmember Barbadillo.
Here, but I barely hear you.
So, can you hear me?
That's better. That's better, Mayor. Thank
We're
you.
asking for if you have a conflict of interest, yes or no?
No, I do not have.
Vice Mayor Chuma. Here. Conflict of interest? Oh. No. Councilmember Leah. Councilmember Pham. Mayor Montano. I'd also like to advise people to speak closely to the microphone tonight so that it can be catched.
Let the record reflect there are no reported conflicts. There are no development projects or contracts mentioned in this agenda.
Okay, so I will read the code of conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Words don't embody language do matter. Voice monitor civility, avoid surprises, please publicly, criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices or harmful bias. Disclose conflict of interest and affiliations related to the agenda items. Separate them from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making a policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. So moving on to the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion.
I said, motion by Councilmember Liang and seconded by Vice Mayor Chu. Does anyone have any changes? Not, I will take a vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Yes.
Mayor Shua. Aye. Councilmember Liang, aye. Councilmember Pham. Mayor Montano.
Okay, now on the agenda items. Moving on to city manager.
Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Very pleased to be here today, along with the city attorney and the leadership team as well as staff, to discuss the fiscal year 23-24 proposed budget. As you're well aware, the annual budget process is the based on this budget guides us throughout the year, not only as to the types of services programs provided to the Milpitas community, but also as to how they live in resources. The CIP budget will supplements our main budget. Limited funding and resources to maintain our existing infrastructure. As you're already well aware, the economic impacts of the significantly affected the financial condition of the city's general fund. The unprecedented condition extend leadership, support from the community, employees, and several budget savings measures by the administration. I'm especially proud to be part of the to navigate minimal service level. Despite the many challenges in the past few years, we have been able to continue services to the base.
You know, listening even close to the microphone, he said it's broken.
Yeah, it's broken. I barely hear it. A sentence.
So how about your cell phone? Is there a way you can?
Let me see if I can join via my cell phone. I'll log off and join via my cell phone.
Okay. Yeah, so,
Councilmember Barbadillo, can you hear now?
so Vice Mayor Chu has, communicated with him on her cell phone and he's trying to use his cell phone.
Councilmember Barbadillo, can you hear us? You currently.
We can do the students for the space or the. Yeah.
It's like, get a clue. You're not typing. She's just like.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the next.
Post carrier. That's not gonna be me. Just.
Councilmember Barbadio. Oh,
Can you hear us?
So Gary, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you better, Mayor.
Okay, so can you hear the presentation with Ashwini?
Yeah, Councilmember Barbadio, are you able to hear?
You are clear as ever. Yes. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and continue. We'll wait for Anthony and the rest of it. Yeah. So this means okay, he's back on the okay. All right, we will continue. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. So as I was saying, despite the many challenges, we have been able to continue to provide high quality services to the community. Just want to take a moment to recognize the council leadership, the amazing work of our staff, who work really hard to serve the Milpitas community. And although there have been many successes, I'll just cover a few significant accomplishments this year. So they include the opening of a new fire station, deployment of an ambulance, completion of a wonderful new park in the metro area, the Manans Park, rollout of a grant-funded app-based self-service Milpitas Smart,
adoption of master plans for all of our utilities, as well as an updated climate action plan. As you know, we also experienced several severe weather events this year, and through them all, we were able to keep the community safe, resulting in the great work by our staff. A few success stories on the economic development front include attracting BD Biosciences, which will create 800 new jobs, as well as Corsair Gaming, which we helped attract from Fremont, which has created about 250 jobs, potential to increase to 300 in the near term. And this was a result of great work from our economic development team, as well as other community development department heads and staff. Especially for BD Biosciences, we were chosen over another peninsula city, well known for technology. And although there were many reasons for this decision, we have received feedback from them that one of the reasons was all of the proactive support provided by our city team. So we're very pleased about that. Then with the adoption of the housing element, investments in rent relief, ADU programs, and unhoused services, we have been addressing the important issues around housing. To continue to improve access to services in the digital world, we did launch a new portal for public records requests, as well as now modernizing our city's website. We've also been successful in garnering about $8 million in grants. And this is in addition to the $16.7 million from the American Rescue Plan Act that we have, which we use to continue to provide direct relief to our residents and businesses, as well as for city programs and infrastructure. So for example, to date, we have helped over 340 small businesses, as well as 13 Milpitas hotels, the grant program. We've committed over $4.4 million to our card, funded public safety staff, critical technology infrastructure, and supported Main Street revitalization through a storefront improvement grant program, as well as potential formation of a business improvement district. The budget before you today is balanced. It maintains council approved reserve, continues to leverage ARPA funding. The $231.7 million proposed fiscal year 23-24 budget, for the most part, maintains service levels across the city while restoring and enhancing services and investment in several areas, but with a really a focus on public works, public safety, and economic development. Tempered optimism continues to be the theme for the third year in a row as we take into consideration the economic uncertainty resulting from the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, supply chain challenges, high inflation, tech company layoffs, and the recent collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and others. Additionally, we are very well aware of the expiration of a key revenue source, our sales tax measure F, that happened in 2029 and will require the city to continue to maintain fiscal discipline and look for ways to both increase revenue while managing our costs. Over the past year, we have been working closely with internal stakeholders and consultants to review the city service delivery model and organizational structure. And after a careful review, we are proposing a consolidation of certain functions and departments, which will allow the city to be more effective and efficient in the delivery of services to our residents and businesses. We would also achieve general fund cost savings of about $430,000 that allow for service level improvement. The budget incorporates consolidation of public works and engineering departments, planning and building departments, and including the code enforcement function, and shifts housing services over to the Office of Economic Development. I'm especially pleased to share that in the proposed budget, it aligns well with areas of high priority for the Milpitas community. So for example, we are investing over $1.6 million in staffing and equipment to address maintenance of our facilities, streets, parks, streets, and utilities. The budget also reflects investments of about $750,000 in public safety to continue to keep our communities safe, and $450,000 in economic development and housing to continue to grow and diversify our revenues, revitalize Main Street, and address critical housing needs. Additionally, we are proposing investments in technology, recreation, and community services and administrative support in some citywide functions. And then based on recent council discussions, we have approximately 850,000 of one-time funding that has not been programmed in the proposed budget. The best practice is, of course, to use one-time dollars for one-time uses and as capital projects. However, based on council feedback today, we can explore different options for the use of this funding. And so with that, I will hand it off to Director Lai to walk you through the next few slides.
Can you repeat how much that was, that extra?
Sure, it's to be exact, it's 848,400.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Before Director Lai, I just want to make sure what you're asking for us tonight is feedback on your proposed budget.
That's correct, and we'll walk through the budget calendar and timeline so you can see today is feedback on the proposed budget.
Only, no approval or anything.
No approval, we do have the 848,400 there for discussion. So we will be looking for feedback because that is not included in the proposed budget.
This is your direction. I just want to make that clear. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. It's always my pleasure to present the proposed budget to the community, and especially to the council. It's always a great amount of engagement from the community, the council, and certainly the staff. While I have the honor of presenting it, I thank many people who have been involved. Certainly the council, the community, the executive team, and all of the staff. You know, there have been many folks who helped make this possible. So I want to acknowledge them at the beginning of this presentation. The other reason why I'm excited is because it's a balanced budget. It's thoughtfully constructed. We're hoping tonight that this will be a really good sharing and listening session, consistent with the presentations that we've done in the past. We keep it high level, recognizing that a lot of detail is provided in the agenda packet and in the budget itself. So that's okay. We'll maintain that level of presentation and certainly address all the questions that you might have tonight. Before you, if I can have the next slide, we'll go over the agenda tonight. What we'll do is look at the calendar, remind us where we are and how we got here really briefly, hit on the highlights of the community survey, provide a fiscal summary of the general fund and all funds, also talk about fiscal policies in that section and reserves. We'll look at the proposed consolidations of departments, summarize where we are with ARPA, and as mentioned by the acting city manager, talk about the additional funding that's could be programmed by the council, and then also close out with questions about referrals and listen to council feedback. Next slide, please. This is a very inclusive process that begins in November. After a lot of different surveys, engagement, questions, discussions, research. We are here tonight on May 9th, which is the presentation of the proposed operating budget, with the hope that on June 6th, we'll hold a scheduled public hearing for the adoption of this budget, incorporating any direction that council has. Next slide, please. Top line survey. This survey was done by FM3 in November and December. Extensive demographic information and cross-section information was provided to council, also available for those that are interested online. Of interest for us is the high marks that we have with those surveyed talking about how they enjoy this Milpitas as a place to live, work, play, overall our governance, and the important positive trend in trusting government. And that's really important, especially as it relates to tonight's discussion about finances, and especially as it relates to the sunset of Measure F. So we're really pleased with this. This is an ongoing survey that we do, and it continues to show high marks of the council and the staff in providing services to our community. Can you have the next slide, please? The budget. It helps frame one of the most important values we have as a city, which is fiscal sustainability. And fiscal sustainability, in my mind, is grounded in 4 important pillars and concepts: economic outlook, having a balanced budget, having sound financial policies and reserves, and long-term planning. Those are all incorporated in the operating budget, and they're incorporated in tonight's discussion as well, as we continue to lead our way through the budget process. Next slide, please. Fiscal economic outlook. So before we go into any details, we always want to set the table to look at economically what's happening, how does that inform us in terms of the budget. We talked about this on January 25th with the council. It has modified a little bit since then, but we still face the same challenges before, as noted on the slide. Challenges with interest rate, inflation, the banking sector, high-tech layoffs, and the conditions. With that, this budget is conservative, it's thoughtful, and it's balanced, and it preserves the reserves for budget stabilization and contingency. We're also excited about the opportunities that are created in the proposal and being able to enhance services while being mindful about the financial conditions of our city. Next slide, please. Top line, the city's all funds, which is the general fund. And okay,
I hope you don't mind, but these folks came in for a public forum and they wanted to speak, so. We're gonna get another public forum. Okay. Is there a speaker over there? Yes. So we're gonna open this up for public forum. I guess they couldn't, they thought it was in the other, at City Hall, and so they came over here and found it. But they would like to speak on an item. Well, so an issue that they have at Selwyn Park. So that's the residents of Selwyn Park from Selwyn Park. So we'll put it on that as which they're kind of shy, you know, this is the first time they've come to. They're learning about this.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosamile Plasencia. Estamos aquí de la comunidad de Selwyn Drive. Estamos requiriendo que si por favor nos pueden ayudar a renovar nuestro parque, ya que hay muchos como problemas en nuestra comunidad de Selwyn, que a veces por carencias o bajos ingresos no se nos pone a veces atención. Nuestro parque está como, nosotros sugerimos que si podrían poner un fence, ya que a veces los niños juegan con las pelotas y se van hacia la calle y está peligroso porque está en curva. Otra cosa es que el parque está dañado, la pintura, están los columpios están oxidados y contienen plomo. Eso es muy dañino para nosotros y para nuestros niños. Otra es también que en la tierra es tierra móvil, que quisiéramos que pusieran como tipo foamy para que porque en la tierra van los animalitos y todos los gatos y perritos y van y se hacen sus necesidades allí, y quisiéramos que por favor pusieran el foamy para que no ocurriera eso y nuestros niños estuvieran más protegidos en caso de futuros accidentes. También, disculpen, estoy nerviosa porque no hablo en público. Otra es también de que hay mucho graffiti ahí, y sí me gustaría que sí se nos pusiera atención a la comunidad de Selwyn, aunque somos de bajos recursos económicos, pero que sí pusieran atención en nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Nere, is that your name?
Rosamile.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Rosamile,
Okay.
Rodriguez.
Is there anybody else want to speak? Okay, I will translate as best I can. So they're very concerned about the Selwyn Park. It's one of the neglected areas in Milpitas, the parks. And they feel very strongly that that park should be renovated. I understand that part of that park has begun to have some, but they wanted the foam because a lot of the times the kids fall down from the swings and the monkey bars, and they get hurt. And then also the sand is a real bad, place where the animals go in there, do their thing. And that's not really good. The swings, the equipment is pretty old. And, they just feel like they're neglected, that because they're in the low income part of town. And this is one of the reasons why I formed the Sunny Hills Improvement Association, because back in the, for many years, it was neglected. So, no, I'm saying this, so I'm saying, and so I understand that, I understand what they're going through. The city has a obligation, a duty to maintain the parks and make it nice for the residents, no matter what your income level is. So anyway, that's why they came here to appeal to the city council, to staff, to ensure that park is improved. So, and that's it. So I will tell them, thank you. Thank you for coming. Anybody know what I want to say? Okay, you can stay or you can, I'm gonna do that. All right. And that, I guess that's it, and if you would continue, Laura.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your comment. So the slide before you speaks to the fiscal 23-24 proposed revenues for all funds, that's general fund and all funds, totaling $231.7 million. Within the general fund, the primary revenue source is property tax, sales tax, and TOT. We also have a large portion called charges for service that primarily relates to our utility revenues for water and sewer, and certainly within the general fund, we have charges as well related to the recreation program and other charges amongst other departments. Within other funds, we have the task revenue, the CFDs, and the LLMDs. Just want to note that you received some revisions that were sent out last night as well. Next slide, please. As this is a balanced budget, fiscal 23-24's proposed expenditure for all funds is also $231.7 million. Within the general fund, the areas of focus for our spending and also for our service delivery to the community is in the area of police, fire, and public works. You'll see the slides has those in blue, so you can see police, fire, and public works are pretty prominent. CIP project is also prominent when we consolidate everything. That's $32.6 million. And then within non-department, that includes utilities such as gas, water, electricity consumed by the city that's centralized. Plus, because we provide water to our residents and commercial businesses, we purchase water. And so the purchase of water is represented in non-department. Next slide, please. We're going to step over to the general fund now. What's very important within long-term planning is to look at what we call a 10-year forecast. The 10-year forecast before you is focused on the general fund. If you look at the proposed 23-24 fiscal year, it's $128.9 million of the $231 million budget. The other thing I look at when I look at this report is the annual surplus and deficit. You'll see there, consistent with the January presentation to you, that we have an annual surplus for the foreseeable future until we anticipate the sunset of Measure F. So it's very important that we look to solve that challenge and or consider the extension of Measure F. So we look at being financially prudent with our spending, looking at opportunities for economic development, and being innovative in the way we provide services. So we're very grounded and proactive in these very important strategies as we look to maintaining a balanced fiscal budget. Next slide, please. What we also talk with council is about general fund reserves. While the budget is an appropriation, and that's a legal term in governance, which is spending, it's a spending plan. Importantly is what we have in reserves or our savings for emergencies and other long-term needs. Before you is a slide that summarizes our reserves in various buckets. It is a summary of what you'll find in our audited financial statements. Importantly to call your attention to is the very last column, which is fiscal year 2022. You'll see in the last bucket there called unassigned,
We have contingency reserve, budget stabilization reserves. Those are consistent with council adopted policy. The council adopted policy for each of that category is 16.67%. That translates to 2 months. So you have a policy that says 2 months of operating budget in contingency and 2 months of operating budget and budget stabilization. So for common everyday discussion, that's what that policy means. So that there are a couple of other line items that are one-time savings. Teacher deficit reserve of 1.5 million. ERAF litigation, which we want to hold on to until that litigation is resolved. And we also have unassigned of 300,000. So that's a summary of where we are with our savings. We have others in the committed category to the left. That is the PERS stabilization. We have 5.1 million there, plus what we have in the trust fund. We have the turf replacement, technology, and also facilities replacement as a savings in the general fund as well. So we've shared this with you before, and it's always important to me to bring this to your attention because it's a very important component of our budget deliberation and our public policy. May I have the next slide, please? This next slide is important because what we've done is we've surveyed the general fund reserve relative to other cities within the county of Santa Clara. Specifically, when we summarize the budget stabilization and the budget contingency, our unassigned and our pension reserve, that equates to 63% of our general fund expenditure. We base this on pooling the audited financial statements from the city and all other cities for the fiscal year that ended fiscal year 22. Why is this important? When we look at this, it ranks the city as third, meaning that our reserves in these categories are 63%. And when we look at other agencies, that is very remarkable and very sound. You could see the division in that summary there. There's about half of them are above the 50% demarcation, and the other half are remarkably 33% or less. So this continues to trend and demonstrate that the city is maintaining very good policy and disciplines around these reserves. And that's really important because when we were in the pandemic, we had to use them. And when resources were available, we immediately restored them. So congratulations to the council for your leadership around this very important policy. Next slide, please. So let's talk about what's in the policy and what's being proposed for consideration of amendment. I want to confirm again, the proposed operating budget does not use stabilization. It does not use these other three categories that I mentioned as well, which is the future year deficit, the ERAF, or the pension stabilization. In tonight's agenda report, you'll have a red line version of the budget policy guidelines. The changes I'll summarize to you relate to the pension stabilization reserve. It clarifies again that the saving for pension is subsequent to when we meet our policy for contingency and budget stabilization. So it clarifies the hierarchy of the reserve. Secondly, it also deletes the second contribution for pension. In doing so, it creates opportunities for us to reallocate funding and initiate a new priority for the namely, it enables us to contribute toward SPAR, Strategic Property Acquisition Reserve. So we're happy to expand on that if council wants to, but we're excited about this opportunity. That's also represented in your attachments in red line form if you'd like to look at it in more detail. Next slide, please. I'll turn it over to the Assistant City Manager now.
Thank you, Director Lai. And so in this slide, you see the net position adds that we're proposing. It's a net of 7.5 FTEs. And you can see them broken out by department or office for the proposed. So we're restoring 3 positions that were defunded during the pandemic. So there's some restorations and then some additions. You see a 0.5 in the city clerk's office, 1.5 in the city manager, one of which is a restoration. 1 position, the permit navigator in the Office of Economic Development and Housing,
We have a decrease in the community development department with the deletion of 2 directors, and I'll go into more detail, but the addition of the reclassification of one of the positions and movement of one of the positions from community development to IT. Finance, we again have a 0.5 position that we're deleting. IT, that's the moved position from community development. Police, we have the addition of a lieutenant, and then public works, as you can see with the arrow. I talked about the focus on public works, and there is an addition of 5 positions that are being proposed. Is this okay? Okay. Okay, so I spoke about in my opening remarks that although we're making investments across several areas, the focus of this proposed budget is public works, public safety, and economic development. And you can see that on this slide where, again, public works, we have, and this includes the consolidated public works, so it includes engineering. We have of 5 positions. And you can see there's also a lot of investment in fleet. We have a lot of old equipment, investment in utilities, and then, as I mentioned, staffing for operations and maintenance. In public safety, we are proposing 1 limited term lieutenant position, and then the other proposals are really focused. So the lieutenant position is focused on succession planning, and then the other proposals are related to health and wellness, emergency preparedness, as well as an enhanced crossing guard program. In economic development, there's the net add of 1 position, and that's the permit navigator position, again, intended to really help streamline the development review and permit process and act as a facilitator between the various departments that touch development services. Oh, I'm sorry. Can we have the next slide, please? So sorry. Trying not to look away from the mic and looking at my laptop. And so, again, economic development focus being on business attraction and retention, Main Street revitalization, innovation district branding, and really trying to attract businesses to the innovation district, workforce development, and again, as I mentioned, the enhanced permit assistance. And we'll be talking more in detail about this. You'll be hearing from the different directors of the proposed consolidated departments when we go in that. Next slide, please. Again, some of the other investment areas, we are proposing to restore 1 position, the recreation services supervisor. And during the pandemic, this was one of the 23.75 positions that we had defunded. In recreation, we had defunded several positions because there was a decrease in program activity. We have seen that come back up, and in fact have levels that have increased even pre-pandemic. And so we are proposing to add this position. In the city manager's office and the city clerk's office, again, during the pandemic, as a cost savings measure, we had deleted 1 position and was sharing a position between the city clerk's office and city manager's office. And we're proposing to restore those positions, and these positions would be supporting several citywide needs related to records retention, as well as many administrative needs citywide. And then, as I mentioned, in information technology, we are proposing to move 1 position from community development because this position supports several departments related to technology systems, serving community development services. And this is why we're proposing to move it to IT, because it really needs to work with other IT functions and provide support to multiple departments. So it does not make sense to have it in 1 department. The other pieces of investment is, council chambers, AV upgrade, as well as several cybersecurity measures. And again, just as a reminder, the note below, we had defunded several positions during the pandemic, 23.75. We've slowly been restoring them. In this proposed budget, it's 3 FTEs. We still have 6.75 that are defunded, that were defunded in the pandemic. Next slide, please. This slide provides you with comparative data with other peer cities, including cities within the county, as well as a couple of cities outside the county, but that have similar profiles as Milpitas. And really, as we're looking to add staffing, we want to make sure the staffing levels are in line with what other cities provide. One of the things that I'd like to point out in this, so the fourth column really gives you the FTEs per 1,000 residents. So we're making sure we're comparing apples to apples and factoring in the size of the city. The other piece that this slide provides you with is what type of services are being provided. Milpitas is a full service city. We have our own police, fire, and utilities. And so we want to make sure, again, we're comparing to other cities that provide the same type of services. And when you look at the highlighted row that shows our staffing levels, you see they are pretty lean, and even with the proposed 7.5 FTEs that we're proposing to add, they continue to be lean compared to many of the other full service cities. Next slide, please. And again, just management ratios, that's another thing we continue to look at to see we're having the right mix of management and non-management. And so this slide shows you what's in this fiscal year, the numbers in this fiscal year, 54 managers compared to 381.5 non-management FTEs. In the proposed budget, we are proposing adding 1 net manager, and the rest of the 7.5 are non-management positions, so the ratio stays the same. Next slide, please. So I'll move on, next slide, please. Move on to talk about the proposed consolidation of departments. We'll spend a little bit of time on this because this is a key part of the budget, and it also realizes some savings that we use to fund other services. So at a very high level, the proposed consolidation proposes 3 different departments. A new community development department, which includes building safety, code enforcement, and planning, and it does delete 1 director level position. A public works department that includes engineering and public works and deletes 1 director level position. And then Office of Economic Development and Housing, which would include both economic development and housing functions. And it does create capacity to increase focus on economic development. So here's some key benefits that we see of the proposed consolidation. Really the key driver is, are we enhancing services? This was intended to enhance service delivery as well as level of customer service. And that is across all 3 consolidated departments. Again, a focus on economic development, and we'll talk a little bit more about how we see it happening through this proposed consolidation. The savings are important. This was not the driver for the consolidation, but as we were able to look at the different org structures, we do realize a savings of 433,000 in general funds. The total savings is a little less than that because there's housing funds that are used partially, but the general fund savings is important. I did want to emphasize no employee layoffs. Envision that was not the purpose or driver of this consolidation. It's really more about service delivery, collaboration. And so I know that the word consolidation can sometimes imply that we're looking for some kind of efficiency and looking to have layoffs, and that is absolutely not the case. Again, looking at improved collaboration and accountability. So I've talked about this before, where we're really looking if there's functions that are providing service to the same end user, how can we best improve collaboration by this consolidation? And also clear accountability, because when you have different functions across different departments, but they provide the same service, it becomes a little harder in terms of clear accountability. And we see that improving through this proposed consolidation. We also have several opportunities for staff development, so professional growth opportunities, which is obviously a way to retain staff, and then also succession planning. And some considerations as you discuss this tonight. As I mentioned, one of the key drivers was an opportunity created by a couple of key vacancies. We have one director level position that has been vacant for some time and one that's upcoming will be vacant starting the fiscal year. And City of Milpitas does have some unique kind of functional organizations related to some of these functions. So it was also an opportunity to look at that. If that didn't exist, we would have probably, just as we do for any other director position, we would have just gone out and filled the position, recruited for the position. But the reason we did not do that is we are an anomaly, and the next slide will kind of speak to it, but we are organized in a unique way and not necessarily in a way that helps service delivery, where public works and engineering is concerned and where planning, building, and code enforcement are concerned. Having those separate is not helpful. And so that was an opportunity for us to look at the consolidation. So we did do a third-party evaluation. We wanted to make sure we were getting an unbiased kind of evaluation based on interviews with our staff, based on peer cities kind of comparison. And so we did have that work done again by a third party. And it is essential, you may ask why now, and it is timing wise, it is essential to align this with the annual budget process, given the linkage to various funds, functions, reporting structures, technology systems. So a lot of things are connected to how we are organized in the budget, and to do something like this outside of the budget process will be very difficult. So if it's something that we decide not to move forward with, we will need to fill the director vacancies, which again, obviously reduces the savings. Those won't be available, but we again, look forward to your feedback today, and we'll come back to you in June with any changes that are doable. But I did want to point this out for your consideration because the timing is important in terms of when this happens. And here's the slide I was talking about earlier, where we looked at several cities, all of the cities in Santa Clara County that are 40,000 or more population, and also looked at Redwood City and Pleasanton, because those are pretty similar profile to Milpitas. And if you look at this, basically it tells you how the different functions that we're talking about in terms of the proposed consolidation organized. And so the y-axis is number of cities, and then the x-axis, we're really looking at the function. So when you start from the left, planning, building, code combined, code enforcement combined, and you see 9 out of 10 cities, yes, they are. Our public works and engineering combined, again, 8 out of 10 cities, you see that they are. Another question was, is economic development in the city manager's office? And for the most part it is. And then is housing in CMO? Not always. And so that's one where we think the housing and economic development one is not necessarily the norm. It's something that we are putting forward for your consideration. We recognize that traditionally those functions may not be combined. We're seeing a trend towards it in some cities, partly because of kind of what has been happening on the housing front and how it's influencing economic development. So on this one, we feel like we are kind of on the leading edge, but recognize that that's not the norm. We did want to spend some time talking about all three. So what we're going to do in the next few slides is have our the different directors for the proposed consolidated departments speak to how they kind of view the consolidation. So with that, if we can have the Director Thomas speak to this next slide, that'd be great.
Thank you, Acting City Manager Contact. Ned Thomas, Planning Director, Mayor and Council. It's always a pleasure to be with you. And as the Acting City Manager indicated, I'm going to speak to some of those benefits that she mentioned in one of the previous slides, and provide a few more details and maybe tell a little bit of a story about what this consolidation will look like on the ground, so to speak, as we look toward putting the planning department and the building department together along with code enforcement. So as you saw, this organization structure for planning and building is very common among cities. And part of the reason of that is that the overall development review process is shared between planning and building. Physically, you see over in City Hall on the ground floor, we have a common permit center that is shared by planning and building together. I like to think of it in terms of the built environment. You have planning and building both looking at things that are going to be built, things that are proposed. Planning, of course, many of you have served on the planning commission, you know that we're looking at what does the site look like? How is it arranged? What does it contribute to the community? How does the traffic work? Not so much concerned about the actual building, but more about the site planning and how things will fit together and where the different uses go. Now but that's directly related to the building department. I'll talk about this a little bit in a moment, but building looks more at the actual structure and they're looking primarily at safety. How is the building built? How is it constructed? Is it going to stand up? Is it going to stand up in a storm? Those sorts of things. And then you have code enforcement that kind of comes out about it in a different direction. They're also concerned about the built environment, but they're not looking so much at what is going to be built or something that's new development or a new use, but they're looking at what's already built. And is there an issue with it? Does it meet the code? Did it get its proper permits? And if it didn't, then as I'll talk about in a moment, code enforcement will come back and they coordinate with both planning and building to alleviate or address any issues that might be with the built environment. But they're all concerned some way about how the community is built, how it functions, and is it safe. So that's I think, this new community development department would include all three of those functions. If you can think about it, there are three legs to a stool. And if you have a three-legged stool, then it's balanced and secure.
So do you think that having those two, having it combined will help with some of the issues that we're having there?
I do, and Bill and I have had a couple of conversations about this, and we recognize that. I think, and we've heard also through the city manager's office from the council that you have concerns with consistency, with urgency and getting the permits issued. But I know you're also very concerned that we follow the policies that you have set and also the codes that have been adopted. So again, on that line, I would say, planning department in general, we look at generally speaking, we're concerned with the general plan and the zoning ordinance. The building department deals with customers. They're concerned with the building code and plumbing code, electrical code, everything that's included in that, again, for the building. And then code enforcement and building have a little bit of an overlap because they both have an inspection function where they're out in the community talking to people, going into their homes, onto their properties, and ensuring safety. And I do think, and direct answer your question, that what this provides are opportunities for better coordination and better collaboration. We work really well together, but we are currently in separate departments, and that tends, people will do things their own way. And I don't know that we ever have friction, but sometimes you think, oh, well, that's how I hear from my staff. Oh, that's how building does it. And I'm sure they say, oh, that's how planning does it. Under this, my next point was to be that it's a little bit more close coordination among the departments to provide that high quality, both development review and permitting services are the core functions of both planning and building in a little bit different way. But if I'm serving as the community development director, then if there's a building issue, I'll work directly with Bill as the building official. He will be there, and really the day-to-day work that both planning and building do, helping people at the front counter, receiving applications, reviewing plans, issuing permits, and conducting inspections. That day-to-day work will not really change. And all of those people in the building department will continue to report to Bill. And then in the planning department, a lot of my current responsibilities will devolve down to Jay, and he will be sort of like a planning official. So we have a building official and a planning official. The three of us will work really closely together. I see it again as almost a leader and a couple of advisors or counselors, Jay advising on planning issues and Bill advising on building issues, but we work together and we move together and we lead as a team. So that sets up a lot of different opportunities where, if I'm gone or I'm out of the way, either Bill or Jay can step in. I don't know how Sharon was, the previous building director was, but she had Bill that could step in for her. I don't always have a second in command that can take over for me, but in this case, I would have two different people that could step in and take over in my place. Oh, and I'll give one example of shared responsibility. Again, I was trying to paint a picture or tell a story here. During the pandemic, the permit center, so building and planning, had to shift very quickly over to online submittals of plans because we were not at City Hall. And we did this quite well. We adapted to online submittal of applications and plans, and we continue to do that. Most cities have this as well. We did it rather quickly. I wouldn't call it haphazardly, but we did it the best we could. And right now we're in the process. In fact, as this meeting was starting, Bill and I were having a conversation. In a few weeks, we're going to have a meeting to look at a different tool that the two, well, planning and building might be able to use to sort of streamline our efforts on online submittals and just our online processes, like we call them. Right now, we use a number of different online tools or programs for that. And I think that, again, working together, if it's Bill and Jay and I working together, then we can, and with our respective teams, then we can work on that together. And that will have a, that's just one example that would have the effect or the result would be that we would have one streamlined process for receiving permits online, which again, we're currently doing, but there's always room for improvement. I'm a big on process improvement. So this is one area where working together and coordinating between building and planning will have a big payoff. The third thing, this is another, I touched upon some of this, but just process improvements that the community development department will create some opportunities for. Oh,
We do have a,
yes.
Councilmember Lim wants to
Oh,
say.
excuse me, I'm sorry. I'll go to the when I'm done. Yeah, I have just two other ones and they're relatively short, but yes, please.
I can wait, but
No, no.
since you were interrupted already, I must well just ask my question. Thank you, and I agree with you that if a stool with 3 legs is stable, that is good. But can you share with us if the community members should expect a faster permit issues, you know, and the process should be much faster than currently?
We would hope so. I mentioned about process improvements, and we're always looking for ways. I always tell our applicants in the planning department that we don't want their applications sitting on our desk any longer than they want them in with us. Some of those things, to be quite honest, are a little bit out of our control because a lot of times the developer, not always, the developer will get comments from staff, and it might take them a while to get it back to us, and that will it has the effect of stretching out the process. At least in the planning department, I think the building department is the same. We have some pretty tight timelines, turnaround times, like 30. Usually, when we receive an application and it's full and complete, we can return. We almost always return comments within 30 days, but it might take 60, sometimes 90 days for the developer to. And I'm not trying to shift the response, you know, the blame over to this. That's sometimes that's what tends to draw out the process. I do think that you know, we work together, building and planning work together really well now, but I think by having a unified sort of structure with 3 people sort of running and coordinating more closely at the top and directing from the top, that will have the effect of giving, for example, giving advance notice to the building department when some project is making its way through planning. It always goes through planning first and then flips over to the building, you know, for the planning entitlement, and then it will flip over to the building department for the building permits. And we try to coordinate that as closely as possible, but it's not perfect. And I think that there are definitely, I know that there are opportunities, Bill would agree too, that there will be opportunities for us to streamline that transition from the planning side over to the building side. And then I would also say, you know, the planning department, also the planning staff also reviews all building permits. And even in the past few months, Bill and I have been working with staff to kind of figure that out, because sometimes just as an example, a customer might come into the building department and they would submit something that would get far enough along, and then the planning department would say, oh, wait, you need a planning permit for that, but they had already progressed a certain amount in the building department. Then it almost felt like they were having to start over again. But what we've been able to do over the last few months, when we recognized that that was a problem, is that we said, well, let's have everything go to the planning department first. And staff has been really good, planning staff and building, working together, say, okay, here's our protocols. Here's what we're going to do first, second, third, fourth. Pretty much everything now comes over to the planning department first so that we can triage. And then and I know on the building side, they created a checklist that there's certain types of permits that don't need to come over to the planning department. So those are some of the things that we've already begun to put in place. But I think by having us working together and meeting together regularly as a management team for the leadership team for the combined community development department, that we can continue to build upon those successful efforts that we're already making.
Okay, and the process or the applications come in and it goes by first come, first served or case by case?
Usually first, I would say
Yeah,
first come,
it
first
gets
serve, right?
put in the queue, and then, of course, there's a set exceptions to every rule, like, there may be some, I don't know, request from, staff or CMO or possibly council, to expedite or take a look at this and see what we can do to do that. For instance, we have one now, which is a city project. We're replacing, gas-fired, water heaters with heat pumps. And typically those kinds of applications have to go through the usual process, but we fast tracked it. We're going to do it over the counter by appointment. We're going to have the contractor come in. There's 7 different locations in the city, and we're going to expedite it by doing the review immediately over the counter and provide red line as needed comments to really facilitate the advancement of this permit so we can get these new heat pump water heaters in. As an example of, we're looking for ways to streamline the service. We have a full staff now. First time since I've been here in plan review. And even though I'd say 2.5 are just kind of starting, meaning they're in the process of learning about, because they came from private sector as engineers. So there's a little bit of a learning curve when you get over to the public sector, and they're coming along really well. So I expect their performance to increase, meaning be more speedy in their returns of comments. And so it's looking a lot better, I'd say, in my estimation, my observation, ever since I've been here.
One last question. I have constituents contacted me asking, do we have a fee schedule for issuing the permits? And I think I forwarded to acting city manager and I have not heard from, so I'm not sure if we can, I think the community member is listening and he's on there too. We can address that.
Sure. So I want to make sure we did get a couple of questions about this. So I'm not sure which constituent we did. Bill did speak to somebody about the permit fees and how they were derived. I'm not sure if it's the same constituent. So we did explain, because we are cost recovery, right? So our fees are intended to recover the cost of providing that service. And so we did meet with or talk to the constituent and explain how the fees were derived, and it seemed like they understood and they were going to apply.
Great, thank you.
And Councilman Balian, I just wanted to add, because your first question was, obviously, is this going to result? I mean, we're concerned about the outcome, right? Is it going to have the desired outcome? And I would say there's the proposed consolidation, which is kind of bringing people together for better collaboration. There's also a couple of other things in the proposed budget. So the addition of the permit navigator, that's also intended to streamline the permit review process, because yes, there's building and planning proposed as one department, but there's also land development that will be in public works, the consolidated public works, and then there's fire prevention, which is in fire. And so there's still some functions that are spread out, and those couldn't really be consolidated in one because they do have connection to other things in the departments they're in. And so the addition of the permit navigator to help kind of make sure they stay as the central facility for projects is important. And the other piece was moving of the position, as I mentioned, related to technology to IT.
to provide that support to all those departments, right? So we kind of work towards having common systems. Right now, we don't. We have different systems, and that becomes part of kind of the, sort of process constraints, right? So looking at that would be another kind of way to improve service delivery.
Thank you.
So if you have any more discussion on this topic, and would you like, and to get one thing straight, it's not an interruption. This is an interaction. This is the way that we're supposed to ask. So I want to ask you, are you done? Now we can continue.
I probably have two more quick points. I'm gonna turn it over to Alex for his part.
Okay, because I do have some questions.
Oh, okay, great. So two quick points. So the third bullet point here, just, I think it's self-explanatory, but you have building and working together at the permit center, for example. Sometimes I was trying to think of an analogy. Sometimes it feels kind of like an awkward first date, I guess is the best way to say it. We kind of like each other and we have to work with each other and be there together, but we don't always do things the same way or see eye to eye. And I think that having a unified leadership structure, again, will help some of that awkwardness. And what I mean by that is that that will give us opportunities that we can have. We might have an annual retreat where we get together and we talk about the development review process overall, not the building process and not the planning process the way we do it now, but the overall process. And I think that will help staff begin to see the whole chain of how it goes from planning over to building. And then I don't want to, also the last point on here, I don't ever want to leave out code enforcement because they're a very important part of this process. I think a lot of times they get overlooked because we have a very well-trained code enforcement team, 3 people for the whole city, and they're very dedicated and very good. And I'll just close with a quick example that someone reminded me of that happened recently. So I don't know if it was a building inspector or one of the code enforcement, they're always out in the community, but they happened to notice a property that had some add-ons and maybe there was an extra ADU and there was some interesting things going on this property. So they brought it back to City Hall and we did some investigating, and some of the construction was done without permits, which raises a red flag for the building department because we always have to ask, is it safe? Some of the issues raised flags with the planning department because, well, there wasn't a site development permit. It might not be as urgent as a public, as a safety, health and safety issue. And then the code enforcement, what they bring to the team is that they have a very structured process for sort of progressive enforcement. We're very friendly city. We don't go out and look for problems, but if something is brought to our attention, many times it's a neighbor or someone in the community that raises an issue to us. And so code enforcement has a process, but they need to plug into planning if the issue has to do with zoning. And so our planner, I have one planner in particular, but usually all of them are working in some way or form with any issues dealing with the zoning ordinance and code enforcement. And then I know that the building team does the same thing. They have inspectors who are out. And one of the ways that I spoke with one of the code enforcement officers today, and they said kind of one way of looking at it is anything you can see from the street is sort of the domain of the code enforcement officer. Once you go inside the house, or the building, it's more of on the building side because they're looking at how the building is actually built and constructed. But again, just underscoring that we work together. So this particular one, we saw all of this odd development going on in this parcel, and all of the teams plugged into that. Now, I think this helps to answer part of your question, Councilmember Leanne, that right now that works pretty well, but I think again, having that combined leadership structure will help that process as well, because those code enforcement officers will report directly to me, and I will be able to help them, when I could foresee a meeting like that where I could direct them, okay, well, on this portion of the issue, you need to work with building, and over here, you need to work with planning. Oh, and building and planning, you need to work together on this. So it just, we talk about streamlining the process, but I think in addition to doing that, we need to streamline the leadership and the direction that's coming from the top. So I think those are some of and the one other thing I wanted to mention too, this is actually the third bullet point, is there will be some opportunities for staff development here too, and we think of succession planning and those sorts of things. For example, at present, our senior planners don't supervise anyone, but under this structure, I would devolve some of my duties and Jay would devolve some of his duties down to those senior planners so that they could receive some rudimentary or beginning management or supervisory skills, and that helps them develop their overall and prepares them for future opportunities within the department and within the city. And hopefully that would help, you know, our HR director say, well, that's really good because that will help you with retention. So we have some of those things in mind as well. And I'll just leave it at that for now. If any have questions.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ned. There's a question for Bill and Ned. Currently, do you have a matrix on your service level, delivery performance matrix, service level?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Yes,
How do you
we do.
measure the services?
Well, I think there's about, at last count, about 30 some on the performance measures. For instance, how many inspections does an inspector do on average per day? How many per year? On the plan check side, how many days for first review comments, which is 20 business days. So yeah, it's pretty complete. So our performance measures go to finance as they require or request. Otherwise, they go pretty much every month. So we update them fairly regularly.
So I know you have the performance workload measures here on this budget thing. Did you do a statistical trend on how, because I've seen that it went down, or your projection is for the 2024, it's kind of going down. Do you have any input on that one?
Is that?
Building to go to construction.
Yeah, it's really a function of you know, things that have happened out there in the real world, like the economy, difficulty with finding reasonable finance, inflation, we got a real labor shortage. So a lot of these projects, larger ones, have either been idle or in some cases, they decided to just kind of put it to sleep, unfortunately. So that is why more recently it's actually gone up a little bit, and we're very encouraged by that. We have more large projects coming out of the planning entitlement review process, heading for building plan review. Yeah, so to answer your question, it's really a function of a lot of things that came to a not great summation for us in terms of our revenues and what we were coming in with, you know, for plan review and for inspection. So it's on the uprise, it's ticking upwards, and I hope it sustains. We all do, fingers crossed here. But the indicators are looking favorable, more so than they were, I'd say, 2 months ago even.
One of the feedback from the residents is that when there is an inspector, they will do the inspection and they will do recommendations of how to mitigate the issues. And then another inspector would come if the previous inspector, the previous comments from the previous inspector is changed by the new inspector.
That happens occasionally, and I have to be honest with you, you know, it's kind of systemic, meaning industry-wide. I've worked in 5 jurisdictions, and that's kind of a common issue to be addressed. And how do we do that? So since I've been here, there's a philosophy or a culture, if you will, that you try to instill in the inspectors, because they have a lot of autonomy, and the code books, as we all know, they get bigger, not smaller, and there's a lot more detail. And some may be more proficient or have more background, say, for instance, in mechanical. And maybe the other inspector, who's the project inspector, is out on vacation. So you get somebody else who sees something the other guy missed. And the focus for us going forward is to have a conversation with the contractor or the homeowner and explain why this discrepancy really needs to be, addressed. And then circle back when the other inspector gets back off vacation or whatever, and have a conversation and explain. And then it's actually a teaching moment that sometimes turns into a nice training session. So we have a lot of very educated but more specific knowledge-based inspectors. So from time to time that happens, unfortunately, still, but we try to have them be a partner and collaborator with whether a homeowner or contractor or whomever, as opposed to coming in and looking at the letter of the law and being a regulator. And so that's not the culture we're instilling, but some people come to that culture a little bit slower. So we're addressing that issue. We know it's been more of an issue lately because we have some newer inspectors. So some of them are maybe a little more gung-ho, but it's a good thing in the sense of we're catching things that in some cases are, life safety issues, fire safety, fire rated assemblies. We had one that was an elevator shaft, excuse me, that punched a bunch of holes in and totally ruined the capability of that assembly to do what it's supposed to do, which is to allow enough time for people to get out of the building, if it caught fire, because it was like Swiss cheese full of holes and it lost its integrity. So just as a kind of extreme example of why we really need to be diligent.
How would the consolidation solve that problem? That to me is a process issue.
Yeah, that's a different issue than what we're talking about with consolidation. That's more of a management issue that we're addressing, believe me. Yeah, so I appreciate the comments because these kinds of comments are good for me to help reinforce with our inspectors the reasons why we have to work together and not run over each other and not create more issues by trying to do our jobs. But there's a method and manner that is so much better than others. And that method and manner would not be one of where you run in there like the sheriff and start, espousing code and verse and telling everybody why it's wrong. We're not there to find things. We're there to help. We're not there purposely to try to find things to fail an inspection. So at least this is my culture, philosophy, or whatever I'm trying to perpetuate.
Do you think a standardized checklist for all inspectors will somehow solve that problem, not the consolidation?
Well, we have checklists, and like I said, sometimes those items on the checklist, inspectors will go beyond that because they're a lot more knowledgeable, maybe about a specific aspect of that inspection. And it's something that's, like I said, systemic throughout this industry. But we do have checklists and they do have protocols. And a general protocol is to come in and meet the contractor, homeowner, and make sure the permits there, the plans are there. You go over the work that you're going to look at. And then you have a conversation and kind of a partnership. You don't just go in there and start looking at stuff or writing stuff up without, it's really a consulting thing, or at least that's what we're trying to do here. And then you talk about what needs to be fixed and have it go that way. Yeah.
Would you say that, for example, if you have X amount of inspector doing 5 inspections, and you have another inspector, an additional inspector, making the work of the other inspectors number work lower, do you think that would help? let's say you have one inspector, I mean, average inspector will do 7 inspections a day. I don't know. I'm just throwing numbers. But if you have an additional inspector, that would lower it down to maybe 5. Do you think that will help?
Well, right now we have, we're about to have 2 defunded. We have one now on the books and another one we're going to defund to essentially help the cause, because we're doing okay now with the level of activity we have, with the 9 inspectors we have. But there may come a time when I'm hoping that we do have that kind of a challenge or issue or problem, however you want to frame it, where we would need another inspector. That's why, having a position kind of at the ready, even though it's defunded, that we could maybe tap if needed, would be beneficial, I think, because you're right. If you have another inspector, another person out there, it helps everyone so they can do a better job. They're not so rushed.
I'm looking at the proposed for for community development, and there's one defund this building inspector, defunding for 23-24, and you defunded one in 21-22. I don't see the logic behind that, considering the outcome.
Well, the first one was, of course, born out of the, you remember the structural deficit and everything that was going on, and like I believe Assistant City Manager Contact pointed to, we lost what was it, 27 FTEs during that period, and so as part of that, one building inspector position was defunded. There was a program we had just started that went away that was for initiating people into the world of inspections by having a temporary building inspector program, kind of like an apprenticeship program. But that was also a victim or fell away in that whole, years worth of structural deficit and having to cut costs and expenditures here and there.
So that said, I would rather not see this inspector position be funded.
Okay.
That's my input for now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Bill.
Can I add just one comment to that?
Sure.
That in considering that there's, it's already kind of, part of the proposed budget. So then I guess.
It's your staff, this executive team's programs. This is our first time to get input to this.
So I guess the point I was trying to make is that then we have to, I think the number that rings in my head is like $200,000 that we could then put somewhere else if we defunded it. Because we can always get it back, just as a consideration.
Suzanne, could we have the slide up 64, please? Back up slide 64. So Vice Mayor, I'd just like Bill to speak to the workload that is on this slide.
I'm not looking at the workload. I'm looking at the quality of work delivery. So I'm looking at additional, not defunding one to improve the quality of service.
Yes, and I completely appreciate, and you've shared this input before too. What I wanted to just share, and if Bill can speak to it, there is the workload in terms of how many inspections they can do. I think there are also other concerns in terms of consistency, right? In terms of protocols and training and all of that. So if you look at the workload itself, it doesn't seem to warrant an additional inspector, but there's other things we need to address the concerns, right?
There are other things you can use this person to standardize your documentation on your standardized checklist. You can use this person to because he understands what inspection is. You can use this person this inspector to do a review You can do a lot of things with this position. What we're trying to do is improve the quality of service, which we know based on feedback is not there. Okay, that's my input.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
If we can go, did you want to go back to? the
Thank you, Vice Mayor. No, I just was also, because it does say on the org chart that the inspector, their one building inspector will be defunded 23-24. So that's telling me that there is an inspector there already, but that
It's
inspector
vacant,
will-
the position's vacant, so what we are proposing to do was defund just based on the amount of activity and the number of inspections done per day. Right now, Bill has shared that it's 6 inspections done per day by each inspector. And the industry standard is about 9 to 10 inspections. So we were looking purely at the workload, and I completely understand the concerns, or, you know, which I think are broader than that. And I get your point, Vice Mayor, that could you take this person to do, you know, more of the standardization? But that's why we were proposing to defund it, is based on the workload. We don't see the amount of inspection based on how many average inspections per year per inspector. And again, we could always, if we see an uptick in activity, we had thought we could bring it back mid-year if needed to fund it. But I you know, get the input and we can move on unless there's other questions.
And just one more question for Ned or Bill. So if we do merge these departments together, when do you think you'll be seeing the effects, the positive effects of having a seamless service to the community? Do you think it'll take a year, 2 years?
Well, I think it's an ongoing, that's an ongoing process. Some of the, you know, we have continuous process improvements. So some of the things that we're already doing now, I think will bear fruit within the next few months, if not weeks. They may even already be bearing fruit. But I think with this type, I think what you're getting at with this type of a merger, you know, it will take probably a good 6 months, a year for the dust to settle, so to speak, and for everybody to kind of know where the place is. And for me to work with Bill and Jay to figure out, okay, what are our goals and what do we want to prioritize and work on first? You know, I feel loud and clear. One of the things that we'll work on are those improvements for inspections, for example. That's an area where I don't currently, you know, we do inspections and planning, but they're relatively limited. And that's where hopefully, you know, I would be there to support Bill in his role in overseeing the building department functions. So I don't know, maybe, you know, I would hope that some of my experience could have something to add to that. So, but that will, yeah, to your point, that will take months.
Okay, yeah, and what's important to me, well, to the community, really, actually the business community, is that you have the seamless service. That's because that's revenue for our city. So, okay, thank you. Councilmember Fan?
Yes, thank you. I share in my colleagues' prioritization of streamlining the permitting process. I think you know, it's pretty clear that we as a council want to make the process move forward at the speed of business. Now I am not sure if that is necessarily funding, you know, the position that was discussed. However, I do think that we have some opportunity here, considering that a number of departments are going to be integrated. So whether that extra support go towards planning or building or economic development, or, you know, any of the other departments that are going to be integrated, you know, I do think that we can shift some priorities around, not necessarily from this mind department, this newly created department. It can be from other departments, but ultimately, you know, that prerogative rests the council, and I think that we still have a lot to hear from the other presentations. If we find that perhaps it's not to our interest that we prioritize or devote funding, extra funding, or even continued funding with certain departments, we can certainly shift that to meet the interests that were discussed previously.
Thank you. Assistant Manager.
Yes, thank you. We can move on to the next slide. Slide 24.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Alex Andrade, Director of Economic Development. I've been your Economic Development Director for the last 4 years, but for the last 10 months, I've been both your Economic Development Director as well as your interim housing lead. And actually, I've learned quite a bit. Is one thing that I've learned is that economic development and housing are intimately linked because housing is an essential part of the economy. The Office of Economic Development will increase capacity and operational efficiencies will be gained through the consolidation of economic development and housing. This will happen by shifting the real estate services from economic development to housing. In the past few years, as you know, the economic development team has purchased property, we've released sites, and we're currently preparing to sell the one on South Main Street. This body of work is essential, but it's also time sensitive or time intensive rather for staff. In addition, the Council CDBG Microenterprise Grant Program will be co-administered by both the economic development teams and the housing teams, and this will also create additional capacity for the economic development team. Moreover, we've been talking about the Permit Navigator. The Permit Navigator position will allow for streamlined and enhanced permit assistance, which will amplify the business expansion and attraction efforts led by the economic development. The result will be that economic development staff will focus more on implementing the economic development strategy.
Kind of break it up.
I've noticed that. Hopefully this is better. Might be my voice too. Anyway, what I was just saying is that the result will be that economic development staff will be able to focus more on implementing the economic development strategy. And that would be dedicated to the Main Street revitalization, the Innovation District, as well as the workforce development efforts. There's an increase in synergy between economic development and housing as both high priority needs vie for the same land. So it's important to strike a balance between employment lands and housing. The interim role has proved to be beneficial because economic development is discussing the importance of our employment lands amid a housing crisis with city staff. Reviewing housing plans allow for economic development to protect and preserve areas designated for commercial uses, and at the same time allow for housing, especially around public transit. Housing affects the local economy. We want to ensure that residents can both live and work in Milpitas. You've heard me talk about this in the past, that we've learned through our economic development strategy that only 12% of our residents actually work in Milpitas. Most of our residents are actually employees of businesses in other cities, creating retail linkage. The proposed consolidation will help improve the jobs housing balance. Economic development staff is planning to host a job fair in June that will help our businesses and residents have potential job opportunities. The lack of affordable housing has a direct impact on businesses and their ability to attract talent. Thus, both affordable housing work and workforce development are both key factors that contribute to business attraction and expansion. Additionally, an increase in the unhoused population also negatively affects business, and to the extent job training and resources can be provided to those that are unhoused or at risk of being unhoused is helpful. Finally, both economic development and housing have shown to be flexible and very nimble. This is especially true during the pandemic. Operational efficiencies will be realized in other ways too. The economic development team knows how to do outreach very well. The housing team can learn from economic development in this respect. On the other hand, the housing team knows how to source grants much better, which will benefit the economic development team. I mentioned earlier that I've been in this interim housing role since, for 10 months, so it's been since July 2022. And the economic development and housing teams have accomplished a great deal, including disbursement of ARPA funds, developing the Innovation District Branding Initiative. We've hired consultants for the Storefront Improvement Grant Program, Business Improvement District as well. We've drafted the housing element, obviously with the City Council's support and approval. We've been to council under the CAPER and most recently the CDBG action plan. And we've applied and HCD has granted permanent local housing allocation funding. And that's just to name a few accomplishments. So just to finish it off here, I strongly believe that the last 10 months in leading the housing team on an interim basis have actually made me a much better economic development professional because the nexus between the two practices are actually very clear. That's the end of my presentation and happy to answer any questions that the City Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Any questions from my colleagues? I do have a couple of questions. First of all, our housing element, I know the last time we had to send it back or do some revisions. Has it been approved yet?
The housing element has not been certified by HCD, which is the Housing and Community Development Department. But we actually had a meeting with representatives from HCD on Tuesday of last week. And today staff was sending some emails around to confirm a few infrastructure related programs that HCD was asking for. We're down to about 2 items. And it's likely that tomorrow we'll be sending our final draft to HCD for their final review and certification.
Okay, great. Thank you for that information. And also the fact that only 12% of our residents work in Milpitas. But you know, the largest employer is Milpitas Unified School District. Is that still correct?
They are the top 10 because they employ roughly 800 to 900 employees. But Cisco, think of Cisco as well as KLA Plus. KLA Plus just a few weeks ago confirmed that they employ roughly 3,000 people. And I've been bugging the government affairs representative at Cisco to confirm the latest number. As of last year, there were about 2,500 to 2,700 employees.
Thank you. So also looking at the org chart that has been proposed, I would not, for me, myself, I really feel that it's important to have economic development as a standalone because we need to focus on bringing in businesses, and that's really important to me. So I'm not in favor of this. I am in favor of the previous proposal for for Ned and that department, but this one, economic development is really important, and I think that I would like to see it standalone. So that's my comment there, and then yeah, for now I'll let the other council members go ahead and have their say, what their thoughts. Any of my colleagues want to have. Councilmember Beck.
I would say that economic development integrates seamlessly with the proposed, what's the word? Consolidation with the proposed consolidation. Namely because of the large long-range planning documents that have been in the works and that will be will need to be approved by us in the near future. It's important that we're able to communicate these planning and code updates to businesses, and so that they actually understand, the lingo, the strategy, in a way that is best for them to understand. I think Ned mentioned it earlier that sometimes departments communicate in different ways. Some more technical than others. maybe there's acronyms that are thrown more casually, in certain professions than others. And that's why it's important that we have sort of a liaison, a bridge between these different departments. And I would say that economic development is really the heart of it all. And so, when we think about the upcoming specific plan updates in the future, the updates to our metro, plans, all of that plays a huge role in attracting businesses. On top of that, we would need a face to communicate these developments. And so, something that I have seen that Alex has done really well is his outreach to that business community, especially with whenever Silicon Valley Business Journal talks about the amount of commercial space available, the amount of industrial space available, the initiatives that the city is moving forward with, all the incentives that we have to offer. It's impossible to do that without a liaison to all of the departments. So I would say that it's absolutely critical that we have economic development be a part of this integration. Moreover, I think that it's evident earlier. It was mentioned that one of the biggest accomplishments that we've been able to do is we've attracted companies, corporations from other cities to come here, right? So we have BD Biomedical, and we have Coursera, and they credited the incentives, the key strategic planning, long-range planning that we've been doing, and that was the work of multiple departments together. But at the end of the day, they come here because of economic development opportunities. So I would say that there is no logical reason for why economic development to not be integrated.
Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. And
Mayor, Councilmember Barbadillo has his hand up.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to let you know that I'm in and out of the video. Something is wrong. I think it's connectivity issue, but I am here and here are my thoughts with the integration. So the question is, economic development and housing are two different departments now, right? And how long ago was economic development became a department, and what did the housing department came into existence? Is it something because of a state policy? Is it something because of our housing program? So I just want to find out the history and the timeline for both departments.
Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo, for the question. So we had building safety and housing combined as a department. And then beginning of this fiscal year, just a little bit before that, our director of building safety and housing left for another opportunity. So we have had that position vacant. Building safety and housing don't go very well together, which is why we've kind of taken this time to look at it. So in the interim, we had Bill Todd, our building official, take on building safety. and housing functions were shifted over to economic development. And Alex has been, again, on an interim basis, and Alex has been overseeing that. So it's about 10 months, but it's just an interim solution. So going forward in the next budget, we have to find a different organizational structure. Again, housing and building safety don't really have much synergy at all. So if housing didn't go in economic development, we'd be looking at some other option, but that's kind of the history of it.
All right. So what I want to find out are specific bases of why it is recommended that these two departments are to be integrated, right? If you look at your presentation, it's so general. It says create capacity to focus on economic development, benefits from synergy, create efficiencies. What I'm looking for to consider thought, considering that you said everything is interim, and one reason for the integration is because one position is vacant. Well, it doesn't resonate to me or justify to me the integration if those are the reasons. If there are reasons like, you know, in the past 6 months, there were connection between the housing and economic development. This is what happened. We learned from it. We believe that integrating these two departments would address that. We project that this will be a future or an immediate concern in the future, considering the growth, considering that we're opening. So I believe those are the factual basis that we need to hear, other than generalities and vacant positions, to consider integrating the two departments.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadio. And if we could have slide 63 up, please. I'm happy to walk you through it, and Alex may want to add something. So very fair questions. When we shifted over, we were kind of, again, doing it on an interim basis, did not know if it would work out or not. As housing was an economic development, we did see a lot of synergy. Alex spoke to it a little bit. I don't know if you can see this slide okay.
I see it. I have it both on my materials and on the screen.
Okay, great. So I'll kind of walk you through where we see. So the reason, again, that we see synergy is it's land use. There's two high priority areas, housing and economic development, that brings in revenue, both sort of vying for the same land. We see a connection between the lack of affordable housing and its impact on our businesses to be able to attract and retain talent. We also see the impact of kind of the growing unhoused on our businesses. And we also see a close connection between workforce development that economic development oversees, and the needs for kind of training and resources for both our unhoused and those at risk of being unhoused. One of the reasons we see sort of an opportunity here to create capacity, because I think we all want to have that focus on economic development and continuing to grow and diversify our revenues. So one of the things that we see as an opportunity is in this proposed org chart, what we're doing is we're creating capacity. There's a lot of overlap also between real estate. So housing functions deal with real estate, as do economic development. And our housing division manager comes with a background in real estate. And again, because they're already doing part of the work related to real estate, we see an opportunity to combine real estate services under the housing division manager, thus freeing up our economic development staff to again focus on business retention, attraction, Main Street revitalization, and innovation district. Those are, and workforce development. Those are our key areas of focus. We also see with the addition of the permit navigator, which is outside of the consolidation, that could still happen regardless of the consolidation. We see the permit navigator, again, acting as a facilitator to streamline development services. That will also create capacity for the economic development staff, because right now they're spending parts of their time doing that kind of facilitation when they should be again focused more on business retention and attraction. And so that creates capacity. Alex also talked about some other synergy in terms of cross-training between the two. They have worked in the past on like a micro enterprise grant program when they were in separate departments. We anticipate one coming up soon, and they're looking forward to working on that together. Again, freeing up some capacity for the economic development staff. So I will be very honest, when this moved over to economic development, it was an interim solution, a way for us to figure out how to cover some of these areas with the staffing we had. We did not want to fill the building safety and housing director position because again, that is a very odd combination of functions. We did not think it went together. So we did not immediately fill that. Again, like I said, if this consolidation is not something that the council will support, we will have to look at where housing goes, but it won't be with building safety. There's like no overlap at all between those two functions. And so Councilmember Barbadillo, hopefully I've responded to some of your questions. I can elaborate more, or Alex can as well.
So with the explanations, you're saying that neither important roles of either department will be prejudiced because of their integration. It's a question.
Can you repeat what you just said?
Right. So are we concluding that with the proposed integration, neither of the equally important department functions for housing and economic development will not be prejudiced by the integration and being under one leadership?
That's correct, Councilmember Barbadillo. I mean, that's why we are proposing it. We completely understand that council may have different perspective on this. But that's why we're proposing it, because we actually think that it will help economic development rather than hurt. There is, again, the housing division, the housing division managers we're proposing is pretty capable of kind of running housing functions and also taking on real estate. But where the opportunity lies is, again, having one leader kind of be in conversations when you're talking about, with the emphasis on housing, it tends to be all land use decisions related to housing and focus on housing. We cannot sacrifice economic development, commercial lands, future kind of job opportunities in some of our lands. And so having that lens, looking at both in a balanced way, because they are both high priorities and they're both very closely connected. And so that's why we're proposing it. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, this is not a traditional setup, so we'll completely understand sort of questions and some maybe reservations about it, but that's why we're proposing it.
Right. So what is the dollar amount for with this particular proposed integration? What's the dollar amount with regards to the reclass, move, and new positions integrated to the chart?
Sure. So just related to the consolidation, Councilmember Barbadillo?
Yes, just for economic development and housing. Because I
just
see
for economic development and housing. Sure, we can bring. Can we bring the back?
I can help with that. So the two classifications would be a net impact of $69,000 approximately.
Mhm. So are we talking generic, or just the reclassification would cost this, the moving and the new position would cost this, or are we talking about the total dollar amount for the reorganization?
No, just specific to econ dev and housing. Slide 54.
Councilmember Barbadillo, for the overall, as I mentioned, the savings, ongoing savings in the general fund is 433,000, but that's for all three kind of proposed consolidations. And then what Director Lai just talked about was related to just the housing, economic development and housing piece. And we do have a slide that breaks down the costs, so we're just bringing that up if you can see it now. This is just related to the consolidation. Would you like me to go through it?
So you have accounted it on the total savings on the consolidation of the different departments, right? And my question is on the specific one. So let me just restate the question. So the question is with regards to the integration of the different departments. We're projecting. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
He said, can you?
can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can. Councilmember Barbadillo, we
Yes.
were able to hear. Yeah, okay, we can hear you.
All right. So totally we are projecting a savings of 433,000 this budget year because of the consolidations, eliminations, moving, reclassification or new positions. So is this the net or the
Yeah, yes, so 433,000 in the general fund, so I did want to, and the slide shows that. And this is only related to the consolidation.
reclassification?
Yeah, reclassifications, additions, deletions, but only related to the consolidation. So it does not factor in, for example, the permit navigator or any of the other proposed additions or deletions or reclassifications. This is just related to the consolidation.
Okay. All right, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Anyone else have any?
Yeah. Oh,
Councilmember Rand.
Thank you, ma'am. No, I want to go back to the slides that, the main slide. And I know that I can.
Could we go back to slide 24, please?
There you go. Thank you. So I know that acting city manager already explained to all of us, the purpose of consolidating is to create capacity to focus on economic development. And I know that Director Andrade is doing such a good job. We are one of the 14% in the region that submitted applications for the housing element. And we gain that trust, we gain the what am I trying to say? We are being, yes, the credit from the community, and we are retaining businesses in the city. And for Director Andrade to have all his focus in doing everything to increase business coming, to attract business coming into our city. And also wearing two hats, within, you came into the housing team for 10 months, you understand, or he understands exactly the needs, where they can work together. What I am wishing for is for Bill and Ned, and also Alex and the team to work well together to make sure that we are here to serve our community, and we are going to do a great job so that the community in Milpitas, our members in the Milpitas trust us with everything that we do. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Our goals and objectives as a council, based on the feedback from our residents through several surveys and oral communication, one-on-one communication to our constituents. And these priorities are: 1, public safety; 2, housing, a big issue, including homelessness; 3, having a fiscally sound city. So, having said that, we need to focus on those 3 major areas, and of course, the amenities for our residents and services. So I look at this as, if you're combining economic development and housing, as everybody knows, economic development is the revenue, future revenue and current revenue for the city. You know, business addition, business retention, business expansion. We need to focus on that. Having a standalone economic development department is key. On the other hand, having a standalone department for housing, that's another key. So that's what I'm leaning to. Separate the two, focus on those two departments, and I commend Alex, because he has done a good job on the housing economic development. And he always reach out to me, and I appreciate that, on any issues on economic development or anything. He's always open and communicate to me, you know, including the ARPA. So thank you so much, Alex. But my position on this, I want those 2 departments separate. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chua.
Yeah.
We have Councilmember Ben.
Thank you. I think for the most part, we've been discussing so far, it's been kind of what staff envisions for the value proposition of integrating these departments. I think that the points that I want to make reflect on comments and feedback provided by council in previous sessions. And it relates to a number of things, but overall, what I have heard time and time again as we talk about, you know, the general plan, as we talk about the gateway specific plan, the metro specific plan, we often hear the term mixed use come up whenever a housing project comes up before us. If there's any contention, most of the time it's either parking, noise, or you know, how does this help our economy? How come there's not enough commercial in this mixed-use project? And we keep asking for that. We keep asking, we'd like to see more mixed use. In fact, when we do our priority setting sessions, and we talk about you know, these specific plans and these planning documents, one of the top things that this council keeps bringing up is we'd love to see more mixed use. We know that the state is prioritizing housing, but strategically for our city, for our long-term economic survival, we need more commercial. And so we bring up that term mixed use, and having economic development integrated with housing allows us an opportunity to kind of control that conversation a little bit more. The way that the legislature is moving right now, they are obviously prioritizing housing. And, you know, so much so to the extent that certain cities have lost their local control in many ways of the land use approval process. How this affects cities oftentimes is when you have an application, when you have somebody submit an application by right, we're legally required to approve it, and we don't actually have much of a in that discussion. Now, what happens when it hits, you know, the floor area ratio, or the commercial versus residential ratio? What happens then? We're legally mandated to accept it, but we can at least have some say in that process with a liaison. And in this case, I would say economic development would be perfect for that. The other thing that I hear my colleagues bring up, and I believe me, I don't disagree with you here. You know, these previous suggestions that more mixed use, we'd love to have some kind of tool like RDA, you know, municipalities throughout the state were hurt tremendously when the state dissolved the redevelopment agency. Some of you have served through it and can attest to, you know, all the amazing things that you can do with RDA. What I see here with this integration of departments resembles a version of RDA. The purpose of RDA was to community develop. That includes commercial, that includes housing and incentives. It gives us control. We've talked about a number of times ways that we can acquire property. How can we have a real estate land acquisition fund or even land bank to a certain extent, as you know, many regions do with tremendous value to the city's revenue base. You know, if we actually move forward with these initiatives, we can mirror, I wouldn't say, you know, necessarily reach the exact same functions of RDA, but it'd be pretty darn close. And this is the way to do it. The other thing that I would point out, well, speaking of RDA, Alex used to do RDA, right?
I've worked at the 3 largest redevelopment agencies, starting in San Jose, where I was well, had various positions, but when I ended up leaving, it was the development officer. Then moved over to the community redevelopment agency for the city of Los Angeles, and I was there as an assistant project manager, and then was promoted to project manager. After that, I spent time in San Francisco at the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency, where I was the project manager for the Bayview Hunters Point Naval Shipyard conversion. So I've worked both in economic development and in housing during those roles.
Yeah, no, thank you. I know you mentioned you work you know, in RDA in the past. I never knew how extensive that experience has been, but you know, I think that the strengths that economic development and even housing brings to the table it kind of works out almost coincidentally, if you will. The fact that you have RDA experience and that our housing staff has real estate experience. So it actually works out really well. But if not, if I can't convince the council that economic development belongs with this new integration, I want to, at the very least, try to convince you that our economic development director, the person who is in that role, should be a part of that department, even if that person is not with economic development, even if economic development is going to remain separate. I think that Alex brings tremendous value with his RDA experience, and we've benefited tremendously already.
Thank you, Councilmember Van. Councilmember Lynn?
On that same note with Councilmember Fan, I heard Mayor and Vice Mayor praise Director Andrade, what a great job he's done in the community and in the city. And if you trust him and if you praise him, and he proposed to have this consolidation, would you support that? Number two, let me ask staff. If we consolidate this, and let's say months down in the future, it doesn't work, and we reverse it.
Thank you, Councilmember Leon. And yes, of course. I mean, this one is probably the simpler of the three proposed consolidations to put together.
Sorry, this is a simple one.
This particular one, yes, I mean, we're talking about three different consolidated departments. This is the smaller one, could be a little bit more nimble, right? So we could try it out if it does not, I mean, again, we're focused on outcomes, right? Like, is there gonna be focus on economic development? If we're not able to kind of show that very visibly, it's always something we can revisit. So again, we take direction from the council, and it's our job to bring you, our best professional recommendations.
Yes.
And then take your direction.
Yes, and this is why, when I heard if Mayor and Vice Mayor say that, oh, Director Andrade is doing such a bad job, he shouldn't be there, then it's different.
Excuse me, we said that.
No, I said, if you said that, then it's different. But you both praised him, and
I did too.
yes, of course, and I'm supporting the consolidation. And this is where it says create operational efficiencies to allow cross-training opportunities. So let's try it, 3 months. If it doesn't work, revisit, and then you can just undo the decision. I can see that on the,
Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish we have that, what do you call that? Opportunity or crystal ball. But we don't. With inflation and imminent recession this year, it's already been talked about, and everybody knows that. I can't afford that. I would rather have economic development focus on revenue and housing focus on housing. Standalone departments, standalone economic development department and housing department standalone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I want to echo that. It's, economic development, it's you have to be laser focused, because that's what's bringing in all the big businesses in our city. That's big, even small businesses, and that's the one that brings in the sales tax, it brings in the revenues to support our public safety, like our fire and our police and the roads and all the infrastructure. So to me, it needs to stand alone. We need to stay, and I'm not saying you're doing an excellent job, and that's the point. You are doing an excellent job in economic development, and I really would like to see you continue, and I would like to see housing in its own compartment. So those are my thoughts. I really feel it's important that we stay laser focused on economic development. That's really key to making sure that we have the revenue streams to our to fund the needs of our city, of our residents. So, Councilmember Barbadillo, do you have any more last comments?
Yes, just a comment to the issues that everybody raised. So this is not a talent contest, right? I agree. Our staff are well trained, skilled, and we have them for a reason. And it's not about them because we know that they can perform their job. It's about the structure. It's about the tool that our staff will use to implement policies and make development. That's the issue. It's not the person. It's not Director Andrade. I know that Director Andrade is a well-qualified staff, but it's not the issue. So the issue, I will reiterate, and I haven't made my decision yet, is to see if we have enough basis for the structure that's being proposed, right? Not just economically, but feasibility in a sense that there is a projection. Not that we try it now, we withdraw it in 3 months. That is less stable on our decision-making process. We should be presented with enough facts. We should be presented with enough feasibility structure of the proposal, and that's where our decisions are based. As I said, it's given. We have a well-qualified staff, but we wanted a presentation that will justify not only economically, but feasibility of the consolidations of all the departments that are being proposed.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Thank you. And one more from Councilmember Ben.
Yeah, I'll be incredibly brief, and I respect everyone's opinions, and I understand your reasoning as to why you would want economic development separately. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I think that if that were to be the case, and I know that this is something that council doesn't really have much of a say in, so it's just my opinion for staff to consider is that how Alex was handling multiple roles on the interim basis. I do think that should we move forward with a sense of consolidation, he would be prepared to handle integrated duties, notwithstanding economic development, and that Daniel Daegu from economic development is more than capable of taking over the duties of economic development, and that way we kind of all can accomplish similar outcomes, in the sense that we have somebody with tremendous strengths leading a new integrated department, even if on the interim, and we maintain a separate economic development department, as council has suggested. So those are just my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Pan. So, City Manager.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the input, and we'll take that and kind of come back to you with some options. So if we can continue, if that's okay. We can go to the next slide, please. And our Public Works Director will be speaking to this.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council.
I'm Christian Dorenzo. I've been the Public Works Director for 6 days shy of 5 months, not that I'm counting. It sounds like a prison sentence, which is not the case, I assure you. But I do intend to be brief, really because I can't think of a less intriguing topic than this reorganization. You know, I thought about over the weekend, reasons why this doesn't make sense. I can't come up with any. So, so I thought I would just really briefly detail some of the benefits that would be accrued by this. As you noted, the idea would be to fill the engineer director position that vacates next fiscal year with an assistant director who's also a city engineer. We realize a smallish salary savings of about $47,000 from that. So Elaine would have a cohort and a colleague as the two deputies that would support me in this new paradigm. It would eliminate some challenges with the implementation and management of our capital program. There's not really apparent synergies between engineering and maintenance, and they should work seamlessly together as they go through the design process and their eventual maintenance process. So, and perhaps even more importantly to me specifically is it allows me an opportunity to remove any ambiguity in terms of mission and purpose and values for the department. That is a very important thing for me. It allows me to think about holistically about succession planning, about supporting staff, about supporting their growth, and weaving our practices so that we can deliver both our water and sewer capital plans and hopefully our storm capital plans at some point. And in the more immediate future, delivering on the ARPA projects that are residing more in the engineer side. So that's it in a nutshell. And I yield the floor to you and to staff for continuing the presentation.
Thank you. Is there any comments from my colleagues? Vice Mayor Chua.
Oh, I knew this was coming.
Where do you want me to begin? The top part of the lower one? Either way, okay.
The top.
The top, okay. Based on the feedback, this is my, okay, I'll go. Part A. My frustration is we don't have a matrix. We don't have performance matrix on how we measure our responses to requests, issues submitted by our residents. That's one of my I want to have that to measure performance in order for us to respond and improve our services. Number two, I don't understand why we're defunding maintenance worker too. Okay. I would rather see that. Create the maintenance worker 3 and keep the maintenance worker 2. So the maintenance worker, 7 of them, have a way to be promoted. Because we're skipping from maintenance worker 3, which is 1 position, eliminating maintenance worker 2, and there's no in between, and then we have 7 maintenance workers. That's having that maintenance worker 2 will give an opportunity for the other 7 to move up, which is a good incentive, I think. Number 3, based on the feedback that I got, we need more free maintenance workers. We need more pothole public workers. So my proposal is to add more. Why do I say that? I see the claimant report every month. And guess what I see on there? We have claims for trees falling on cars, trees falling on everything and anything. That's one way to, if you have a way to measure services, that's another way to measure it. Can we reduce those issues? Reduce those occurrences? And I think we can. And I would rather have additional. We need people, again, boots on the ground people that really do the work, people that really, our team members are really looking at trees and potholes, direct services to our residents. That's one. Okay, that's on the other one, I'm okay with part 2.
Which was? Oh, that was only part 2.
No.
Good.
I'm okay with equipment maintenance worker. That's a new one. The cross connection specialist prevents contamination. I'm okay with the engineering division manager reclass. And I'm okay with engineering division manager CIP reclass. You happy?
Yeah, relatively. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so those are my input. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments on, so we have 5 analysts. You have senior analysts and, but they're all analysts. So I noticed that on the Public Works, Streets, Parks and landscaping division, there are no analysts there. I'd like to see some analysts because that was one of the concerns, that they're doing all the paperwork, they're doing all the writing of the documents. So I'd like to see and manage some type of analyst on that to support these managers on the administrative side. Those are just my thoughts. And what, do you have any comments on that?
Unfortunately, I do.
Okay.
So I'm hearing 2 things, Mayor. I'm hearing what sounds like administrative support, which is not what would be or what we would expect an analyst to do. So, and I've heard a little bit about that as well, and I haven't honestly had time to parse out exactly the veracity of that statement and whether or not we should absorb some additional more purposeful administrative work, which is possible. And so I would be inclined to advocate for an admin analyst or support administrative analyst until I've had an opportunity to really vet that concern out with staff.
And again, boots on the ground. I mean, look at that picture right there. You got, these are the workers. These are what people see that when they go out there, the potholes filled, the streets, roads. That's what we want to see. We want to see the landscape, all that. That's what people want.
Yeah, you may remember that we are still, we're still clawing back from the budget cuts from 2012, right? You may recall at the time the department lost 35 FTEs. And since that time, it's been 11 years, since that time, the department's only brought back in 17 of them. Now we're in this sort of weird, amorphous state right now where we have some staff who, in your determination and the community's determination, is not providing optimal service. So we are augmenting that with contractual work. who is in some instances providing a better level of service than we are currently. That is, that's gonna require a little bit of time for me to really vet out what is the right balance there, because we're spending a lot of money on contracting our work. That makes sense. In many cases, it makes sense. There's a type of work that you want to do that, but if that was a successful model, then all of that would be taken care of in the community, and we would be doing okay with the staffing that we have right now, right? So that's why the 5 positions that were recommended right now were the ones that I've been able to wrap my arms around in the 5 months to determine these are really the low-hanging fruit for me that are important. That are 2 of them are regulatory requirements and funded from the water and sewer rates already. And the boots on the ground, I chose to wait for round 2 requests.
Okay, yeah, and I do agree with Vice Mayor about keeping that, I don't want to defund it, the maintenance worker too, but I do think we need to keep that. But any of my colleagues have any more comments? If not, we can move on. Actually, I wanted to ask Gary, if you have any comments, please let us know. So Councilmember Pan?
I'm good, Mayor. No comments for this time.
I agree with the Vice Mayor completely. If the Vice Mayor can also read the economic development today.
Okay, so Councilmember Barbadillo didn't have any comments, so Assistant City Manager,
I just wanna
Vice
make
Mayor?
sure- I'm sorry, thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure, Mr. Deputy Public Works understand that that I do want additional tree staff and potholes. Okay,
Yeah,
I
that's why.
even asked for
Yes.
two each. You know what I'm saying? Okay, thank you.
Just on the maintenance worker 2 and 3, just wanted to provide a clarification. That's really more deleting a maintenance worker 2 and adding a 3. But and if you can confirm this, I think we're looking at the org chart. The way we call out in the org chart, they all call out as maintenance workers. There isn't a gap though. The 7 that you see, they are at 2. So it's just,
Oh, there are 2.
yeah, we just need to call it out as a add delete. It's almost like a reclass, right? So one of them we're making a 3. And then the others, if we can look and can we confirm that? Yes, so those are 2. So there's no gap. Yeah, so we're actually elevating one of the 2s, right? That's why it's showing as a delete and add. And then the rest of them are all 2s already.
Why don't you, create, thank you, Mayor. Why don't you leave another 3 to give the other 7 a chance to move up if they're qualified?
So you mean add another 3? This is adding a 3, right? So you're saying adding another. I mean, I will defer to Christian for the org structure piece, but we got your input on the additional kind of staffing for trees and streets.
Okay, thank you. I will leave that to you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, and so I don't see anyone else, you can, actually.
Yes, if we can advance to the next section, then we're gonna go briefly over budget proposals. We do wanna spend some time talking to you about the additional allocation, so we wanna make sure we have time for that as well, so.
Vice Mayor?
Hey, Ashwini, are you gonna talk about city manager? Or search, because you're asking for some staffing there.
That's correct, and we are actually going into the proposals, so as we go into those proposals, we can bring up the org chart as well and talk through that.
And also there's IT. We're gonna talk about that, right? IT.
Yes, and again, as Director Lai talks through the proposals, whichever ones you want to talk about more, we can bring up org charts. Or for IT, we may not have a slide, but we have it in the budget book and we can walk through that.
Yeah, I would like that.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ashwini.
Thank you.
All right, so resuming with the proposals, A lot of great discussion tonight. This is a balanced budget. Section we're going to talk about is the proposals, which is summations of the services being restored or enhanced. The discussions tonight already punctuate the primary principles, which is it's balanced, it's conservative, it's an informed approach. We restore and enhance services in discrete areas. The focuses has been on and will be public works, public safety, and conduct. And then we also talked about consolidation. Next slide, please. So our departments are also consolidated into what we call city service areas or community service areas, beginning with community services and sustainable infrastructure. This I commonly think of as recreation and public works. The top line numbers show that we are investing $1.6 million into these areas, specifically $718,000 being funded by the general fund, $19,700 coming from other funds, streets, likewise, that funds these types of programs. The specifics of the proposal, meaning the financial impact, the discussion, the performance, the measurable outcomes, those are specified in great detail in the proposed budget document. You can find them in the city manager transmittals section, and you can also find them in the department text. So for the purpose of tonight and the brevity of this evening, I want to keep this on the screen for a few minutes and see if the council has any questions about any of them for you. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, we can move on.
This will
Vice Mayor?
This whole thing will change based on the feedback from tonight, I would think, right?
So, yeah, well, I just want to see if there's any questions about the proposals that I think Ava could clarify. None. Okay, wonderful. Next slide, please. Continuing on with the area of community services and sustainable infrastructure, we have about 8 more proposals in this area. The slide deck here is summarized by the order of staffing, services and supplies, and then equipment. So what you're looking at is services, supplies, and large equipment. In summary, the proposed budget entails 24 vehicles and large equipment to be replaced because we've had a huge amount of deferred replacement. 10 of those 24 will be for the Public Works Department. Any questions about items before you? Great. Vice Mayor has a question. Councilmember Bobadilla, did you hear what she asked?
Yes, I did. I don't have any question at this time. Thank you.
Okay, it's on the other slide. Thank you, Mayor.
Fantastic. Moving on to the second CSA, known as public safety. Public safety entails police and fire. The investment for next year is $767,000 coming from the general fund. Most of public safety is funded by the general fund, which is really taxpayer dollars, meaning tax revenues. We have some charges for service and fines. You'll see there the investment in public safety staffing, services, and contract services. Any questions or clarifications I may be able to provide?
Thank you, Mayor. It is a Chief Vice Mayor, Chief Jared, can you explain a little bit about the wellness testing services?
Certainly.
Just briefly, please.
Certainly. One of the things that we've been focusing on recently is officer health for a lot of different reasons. One of the things that we learned is that specific to this funding here is that the statistics as it relates to cardiovascular health for police officers, it's pretty alarming statistics. And so we are putting things in place to better support our employees and the longevity of their careers. Some of the statistics to mention, police officers are 25% or 25 times more likely to die from cardiac events over an officer involved shooting. where 45% of law enforcement officers have a heart attack by the age of 45, and life expectancy of a police officer is much lower than the general population. So last year, in 2022, we contracted with a service that did cardiovascular screening for our employees, and we're asking for funding to continue that program.
I like that program very much. Thank you for including that in this year's budget. Thank you, Chief Jared. I would like to ask the fire chief, do you have similar diagnostics that would help our firefighters?
Good evening, Vice Mayor. Thanks for the question. Yes, similar to what Chief Fernandez just described. We currently just stood up an internal fire department committee, safety and wellness committee, that'll be looking at, similar mechanisms that we can put in place, specifically, peer support. Something we've identified that will definitely be a good resource for our members. So we're not to the point yet we'll be requesting any type of additional funding, but we are putting the program together currently as we speak.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you both. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I have one more question for Chief Jared Hernandez. So you are asking for a new position, which is a police lieutenant, professional standards unit. Can you tell me what exactly the purpose of this position is?
It's actually twofold. The primary focus of adding this position is for succession planning. We currently in our administration have 1 chief, 1 assistant chief, 3 captains, 4 lieutenants, and then we have 13 sergeants. In the next 4 to 6 years, all but 1 captain and 2 lieutenants will be retiring. And so what this position will allow us to do is to create an additional opportunity to bring somebody up that's going to have a longer longevity of career with the city to help sustain the current policing model and culture that our community is used to. And that's the primary purpose. Second to that, it's also going to allow us to restructure the department and create a professional standards unit, which is something that we currently don't have. We do have a process in place and we have complaint procedures and all those things. But industry-wide, professional standards units is a very common thing. It will allow us to streamline some of the administrative work. Thankfully, in the city of Milpitas, we have relatively very few citizen complaints annually. We have very few uses of force. For example, out of 80,000 contacts in 2022, we only had 5 uses of force. So as an organization, we do really, really well. The state has a lot of new legislation and requirements on law enforcement agencies, rightfully so, because things have happened in other areas. And with that comes a lot more oversight internally and tracking mechanisms and reporting to the state. And so this position will also allow us to better support the needs and the requirements that are upon us and making sure that we're continuing to provide professional services to the community.
Yeah, I like your answers. So, yes, succession planning and then also the PSU is really good. Thank you.
Certainly.
Anybody else have any questions? If not, we're going to move on.
Councilmember Bobadilla would like to address.
Councilmember Bobadilla?
Yes, Mayor. So I'll add to the question in regards to the addition of a lieutenant to Chief Fernandez. So I'm hearing it's for a reorganizational structure, for succession. The question is, other than those, are there any personnel that may be able to perform this task instead of adding a lieutenant?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I probably could have expanded better on that. The issue is when we talk about succession planning is the folks that currently occupy those positions will be retiring in that window of time. So that expertise, that historical knowledge, that all goes. And so the addition of this position will allow us to create opportunities for people to operate at that level and then also start training them up for the next level. I mean, we're very good in the police department about succession planning and in the sense of exposing our officers to expanded thought processes, critical thinking, and these types of things that we expect of our line level and upper administration. But there are certain things that you have to be in the position to experience. And really what we're doing is, even though it's a lieutenant position, we're looking at training those folks that could take the assistant chief and the chief role in the future. So the answer is yes, there are people there, but because they already occupy those positions and the retirement dates are looming, it really is of no benefit.
All right, so the question really is it necessary? We're looking at a 426,000 in a 2-year term. Is it necessary to fill this position now, considering that you said, and we have misheard it, 5 to 6 years down the line for the retirement of the captains?
Yes, I believe.
Why now? Why now? I think the question is why is it necessary now?
Yes, I think that's a great question. And the reason that it's necessary now is because the police department, being the largest department of the city, the highest liability department for the city, it's crucial that we have that build of time for them to learn their assignments, do them effectively. That can't happen in a short window of time. It will really take at least a few years, a couple of years at least, in each one of those positions to really gain the expertise, the comfort, the maturity in those different roles. So I do believe that it's absolutely critical that we do this now.
All right, so so the other side of the question is, okay, I'll agree with you. This will be an internal development and will be advantageous to organization. But what effect would this trickle down to the community? Will the community benefit other than, you know, the department will be well equipped, be ready with people retiring? So how will it benefit the community?
I think the biggest benefit is that we will be able to continue to provide the service that our community has grown to expect that they receive. We're a full service department. Mentality from other departments, I think, is different than the city of Milpitas. If we were not to fill this position, we may be put in a position later on where we have to go to the outside to fill some of those roles of captain, assistant chief, or chief, which is not something that traditionally the police department has done. We have had outside chiefs. Chief Charles Boston was from the city of Richmond, and he did a great job. But to replace multiple positions in the upper administration of the department from the outside because we didn't have the ability or we didn't choose to develop our internal staff, I think could really change the trajectory of the department, the service that our community currently experiences. And so I think that is the risk. Could it be done? Absolutely, it could. But I think that there's something special about Milpitas as a community and the police department. And I think that we have a very solid culture that was put in place by Chief James Murray, who was the second chief of the police department. And so I think it's really important, and I think it's really the community benefit to have the level of service that they do have. I think our folks do a great job, and I want to continue that.
All right, thank you, Chief. This is for the executive level staff. So I saw on the presentation there are comparisons with surrounding cities with regards to proposed positions. Do we have an equivalent position that we found out from other cities with regards to the objective of this lieutenant position? You know, the objectives and the work, the task that Chief Jared had shared us. Do our neighboring cities have them?
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. So you were referring to the staffing level comparison chart. Yes. Is that correct? We looked at overall FTEs. We do not have the breakdown just specific to police departments at this point. And I'll let Chief Hernandez speak to it. I do not believe we have that. But we can certainly follow up, but we don't have the breakdown by department.
Right. I just want to find out for comparison's sake if let's say the city in the south of us have the same position that takes care of the objectives as Chief Jared has shared us.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo, and I'll let Chief Hernandez speak to it, but again, I think as he was talking, the level of service is important and what are we striving to have in terms of the level of service the community expects. So some of the cities around us do not necessarily have that same level of service, and so it may not be an apples to apples comparison, but I'll ask Chief Hernandez to add to that if you'd like to.
Thank you very much. I would say, Councilmember Barbadillo, that the short answer is yes. If you compare us to an organization, we'll use Mountain View, which is in our county. They do have 5 lieutenants. City of Livermore, they also have 5 lieutenants. Alameda PD has 6 lieutenants. So it's not an uncommon structure. Santa Clara Police Department, they have a professional standards unit. It's a very common model that we don't have. We've had the same structure of the police department for decades, dating back as long as I was an explorer, with the exception of adding an assistant chief within the last 6 or what was it, 5 years or 4 years. So the short answer is yes. There's several agencies that operate under this similar model.
All right, thank you, Chief. That's all now, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I asked this, I think, to the different department heads, and I'm gonna ask the 2 chiefs, fire and police, to find a way to report to the council every month or every quarter, statistical analysis of for police chief crime performance measure and for fire chief, I don't know how to measure it. How would you measure your performance in terms of servicing the residents?
Great question, Vice Mayor. Thank you. So we do have some performance metrics that we track, and some of those will be for you this evening in the proposed budget. Some examples of our performance metrics are our response times overall. Obviously, that's a big one. When I think about the prevention division, it's how many opportunities we have to get out in the community and inspect commercial businesses, and then the common areas of multifamily dwellings, and those have a number attached to them, and we do track those. Some other examples are our annual training hours. So each individual firefighter's training is tracked in a training platform that we use, and then we do track that every year to ensure that we're being compliant with best practices. We have some other performance metrics just off the top of my head. Now that we've got the opportunity to deploy the ambulance is going to be annual responses of that ambulance, and then how many transports a year. So how many Milpitas residents are transported in our ambulance. Those are just a few of the examples off the top of my head.
Okay, that's fine. So if you can give us those statistics, maybe quarterly, or maybe try it out monthly first for the rest of the year, so we'll know what's going on. And it's the same thing with Chief Hernandez.
Similarly to the fire department, there are metrics that we currently track on a monthly basis, many of which you will find on page 192 of the budget book, which has to do with our response times, crime data, numbers of calls for service, sex offenders, this type of thing. But it sounds to me that what I'm hearing is there's an interest in the actual crime statistics.
Right.
And we had lost our crime analyst at the end of last year. We just hired Suzanne Silva, who's a crime analyst with 8 years of experience. She's doing an amazing job. And one of the projects that Ms. Silva and I are going to be working on is a transparency portal. So at any time, if you're bored at 3 o'clock in the morning, you can jump on the transparency portal and see what's happening. It will be very, very accurate and very recent data. So that's the long-term vision. And until that's up and running, we of course could provide data to the council. I know there's outstanding requests, which I am working on right now with Suzanne to make sure we get that to council, because I know we've been asked. for
I
some
think
data.
because of the resurgence of friends lately, I think for the rest of the year, I think it would be prudent for us to know on a monthly basis what our crime statistics and the fire statistics as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also had a question for the fire chief. So I was able to attend the certification training this last weekend. And, so I'm wondering, I was speaking to one of the guy that, I don't know what his title is, but the one that does the ham radio or the communications, but he said he needed a subscription because you guys, I guess the police and the fire are connected, but there's a subscription. So I was wondering, do you guys have a miscellaneous fund that, or does, to get that subscription, or do you not feel that they need it?
Yeah, I believe you're referring to one of the members of the racing team. So yes, they are, they've kind of evolved from just the ham radio operators, but they really augment our emergency services division, specific to the event that you attended. To answer your question, we do carry a subscription based on the amount of like, for example, portable radios we have. We have to pay for each portable radio to be in the system. And we do have a budget for that. We got a communications budget. So I think currently we carry about 65 off the top of my head, individual portable radios. And that's something we could definitely look into if that's not occurring, if they don't have the access they need or the operability that they need. We'd be happy to look into that and report out.
Because, in emergencies, especially when the big one hits, I would think it would be great to have that. But it's up to you because you're the chief. All right, thank you very much. Anybody else have any more questions? If not, we will move on to the next item.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Community development CSA. In this CSA, we have a net savings of $5,000. 216,000 savings in the general fund primarily are attributable to the consolidation, and then $211,000 spending in other funds, predominantly the housing fund. As you could see there, we are investing in the housing program as noted in line item number 8. Similar to the other CSA slides, I'll pause here to see if council has any questions or
Any comments? Well, I think we've already heard us on how we feel about, we have the community development. I would like to see this go forward because let's try it and, because the whole purpose is to make it seamless so we can have better, service for our residents or for the business, community. So I'm okay with this one and it's the other one that the other problem with. But anyone else have any comments? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. On the adding an admin analyst too for permit navigator, as permit navigator, I would like to see your deliverables. What are you expecting this position to deliver? That's basically what I want. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ashwina.
Thank you. Councilmember Pat?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues that we should move forward with all these proposals for community development.
Thank you, Ben. Moving on to the next one.
Next slide, please. The CSA for Leadership and Strategic Support has an investment of $494,000, $288,000 coming from the general fund, $207,000 coming from other funds. As you can see there, the services, supplies, staffing, and legal legislative updates.
Vice Mayor, I believe you wanted to look at the org chart for this one. Would you like us to hold that? City Council, City Manager, yes. Would you like us to bring the org chart up? If we can have slide 63, please. And,
Under the city clerks.
yes,
There is a move
yes.
from where to where.
So this was part of that kind of restoration of positions, right, that were defunded during the pandemic. So the city clerk's office used to have one office assistant. And in the pandemic, what we did was we deleted the office specialist from the city manager's office and then shared the office assistant 50-50. And it's pretty inadequate. We're not able to move forward on a lot of kind of critical record and document management functions and citywide administrative support. So what we're proposing is moving the 0.5 FTE back, kind of restoring that in the city clerk's office. So we would have an office assistant and then also restoring the office specialist in the city manager's office. Because otherwise we would only have one kind of the senior executive analyst providing support to council, city manager's office, and a lot of department staff, external agencies, etc.
There is a need that the council needs some staffing in terms of, you know, if we need to do some research or we need to get data. It doesn't have to be a full-time, but maybe a part-time. I don't know if you're looking at this green one, the office specialist, would that be sufficient to service the rest of the council?
Yes, Vice Mayor. So that office specialist, I mean, again, the administrative support in the city manager's office is also intended to support the council, and adding this position would help create capacity for that. And, you know, really, if we wanted to look at kind of allocating a portion of either that person's time or the senior executive assistant's time to support council on specific needs.
Because sometimes we do need data to make a better decision, and we do need some, and we don't want to burden, you know, the executive, senior executive assistant. So if you say that this position, making this one office specialist will suffice to also support the council, that's okay with me. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ashwini.
Thank you.
And
I also agree with Vice Mayor. I think this had been brought up by several council members that they need some support. And so it's going to be, but you mentioned that that office specialist full-time, FTE, right?
That's correct.
So you mentioned that that person can be used 0.5 time of the time, but how do we know? I mean, what are
a portion of the time, and so we'll talk to each of the council members and see kind of what level of support you need, and then figure out how to best provide that support. But right now, as you can imagine, it is the one position that's hard to find. So we're happy to kind of have that discussion with each of the council members. And then Vice Mayor Chu, I know you wanted to talk about IT as well. It's not a specific proposal here because it's just a move of a position. But we can bring up the org chart if you'd like to do that. Can we bring up slide 70, please? It's the last slide, I think, on the backup. Oh. Not this one. Okay, if we can have, we'll look at sharing the slide differently. If we can go back to the slide presentation, that's fine. We'll figure out how to do this. Do you have your budget, Vice Mayor? Okay, I can walk you through.
Page 179.
It's 179.
Yes, so for the members of the public, page 179, and also Councilmember Barbadillo, we have the proposed org chart. And
Ashwini, how many vacant positions do you have right now for the IT department?
We have 5 vacant positions.
And can you tell me which ones are those?
For the IT analyst positions, we are,
With IT analyst is, you have 3,
yes. So we have IT analysts.
you're looking for vacant is 1,
We actually have currently no IT analysts right now.
so
We have-
3. Okay, what were the other 2?
So we are under the operation on the right side of the chart, we have the IT analyst 3 positions. And then 1 position is being added, I believe I said 5, right? We actually have 4 vacant positions right now.
Yeah.
And then
You
we'll
have
be adding-
4? What's the other one? No.
So we have, Vice Mayor, we have 3 IT analysts. As you can see on the org chart, we have the 1 video media specialist that's also kind of an add delete with the IT analyst. So that makes total of 4 IT analysts. And then we have the GIS specialist as well. That's vacant, which is underway, recruitment's underway. The IT analyst has been a particularly hard position to fill. We've done 2 recruitments. And now we're trying other strategies to try and fill that position. But that's the status of the
So
vacancy.
we have one GIS technician vacant, 3 IT analysts vacant, and what's the other one?
It's you see on the org chart, there's an IT analyst that's shown as green.
Right.
So basically that's an add delete, the video media specialist, which is used to support public meetings. We're kind of for better flexibility and cross training. We've added 1, change that to an IT analyst. So there's a total of 4 IT.
I got it. So there are 5 vacancies.
That's correct.
So how long have these positions been vacant?
It's been vacant for, actually, we recently had a promotion. So one of the IT analyst positions have been just recently, that person in that position has been promoted to IT manager. And GIS technician has been vacant for, I would say, just under a year. And IT analyst, other 2 vacant positions have been vacant for over a year now. So we have gone through several recruitment efforts, but unfortunately we couldn't find the right candidates. But right now we're trying different things along with our HR department. We're working with the talent search company.
So my thinking about this is, this have been vacant. So I would like to defund 2 of these and put this funding to other areas that we added tonight. The reason why I'm saying that, or put this funding to government CIP so we can address some of the projects that are needed, like the parks, mostly the parks that our residents are asking. I just don't like to see the funds sitting there for a year. I rather see them being used and address some of the needs of our residents.
Sure.
That's my take on that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I can actually quickly go over why we added additional IT analysts and IT analysts.
It's all right, but the current is saying that there are 5 vacancies, so I'm saying I'm gonna take 2, defund it and put it in government CIP. If that's possible.
Vice Mayor, we've been really struggling with the vacancies. I mean, we've been really struggling with having these vacant. And so defunding them would not be really something we would recommend, given how many things are waiting and it's affecting every department.
The problem I have with that, it's been over a year. I could have used those funds to address some of the issues that we have now. There is a midterm budget review.
Right.
If you're ready to hire, you can make a change. You can even make a change during this time. When you're ready, come back to council and say, I need 2 more. But right now, the way I see it, you have a year of funding that was not used, where we could have used it for other projects.
Sure, thank you, Vice Mayor, for the comment. So there are quite a few initiatives that we have that are on hold because we don't have the positions. That includes obviously the cybersecurity. This position covers cybersecurity, all of the city servers, enterprise applications. This is only IT analysts. All the enterprise applications used by every department, all your video systems, cloud applications, the backup and storage, and also all the email systems that we use, as well as the collaboration systems like Microsoft Teams.
I understand the need.
Yeah.
But the reality is you can't fill those needs. I'm gonna repeat myself again. I don't want the funds sitting there for over a year, where we could have used it to do some park upgrades. That's my concern.
And I have a comment. As you mentioned, during the mid-year process, we update the council on the budget. It is more financially conservative for us to bring any savings to you at that junction so that you can appropriate it. It makes me nervous at this point to take funds that could be used for staffing, totally defund them maybe, and then put them into CIP projects, but also give staff a green light to move forward with recruitment. That in my mind is not congruent.
No, you do the recruitment on the open positions that are not funded, the three. The
Okay,
three
so-
positions are fine. I'm saying two can be used someplace else, the funding.
But I believe the reason why we're defunding two is the recruitment timeline, which is to say, we're still, if I understand, authorizing 5, but we may save 2 or 3 months of vacancy. Take that savings, or are we really saying the organization from a service level perspective only needs 3 positions? I need some clarification there, because financially, those are 2 different scenarios.
Okay, help me achieve my goal.
The goal being we want to fund CIP more as much as possible. Is that the goal?
The goal is not to have funds sitting there not being used. How do I do that?
So let me clarify how that works. The city council has policies for any surpluses. Remember when we did the.
I understand.
Okay, let me unpack it. Those policies guide us when it comes to any surpluses. One of the major contributions is into general government CIP. So that surplus policy achieves this outcome. The general government CIP savings is then incorporated into the CIP budget development. Remember when we did the CIP, we said general government CIP has 6 million and we're going to spend 4. And remember at the mid-year during February, the recommendation which council also approved was surpluses anticipated for this June 30th. $1.7 million is going to general government CIP.
I understand that
So
part.
we really feel that we are supporting this objective. And at the same time,
How do we address this issue then? This issue of funds sitting there for a long time doing nothing.
we are addressing it. We are addressing it through sound fiscal policies.
Hmm.
We want to ensure that the funds are there before we appropriate it. And I would hope that taxpayers would resonate with that approach.
You didn't answer my question, so.
Vice Mayor, you're saying yes, we use it as Director Live.
Director Lai was explaining, so for example, the vacancy savings from having these positions vacant will be used for other things like the CIP. But I think what you're saying is it's not timely. It's after, like we could have used them earlier. Is that correct? Okay.
That's the challenge.
Yes, that's the challenge. Totally understand. We are also, these are all really critical positions, so defunding them would be a big concern and a big impact. So I get that we've tried 2 recruitments, hope that we tried 1 recruitment, didn't work. We actually changed the job specs to make it a wider pool, didn't work. I'll let our director speak, HR director speak to what we're trying now. And we're really hoping that's gonna kind of move the needle on these positions because they are critical positions. And as you know, everything we do requires technology, and if something fails, it's going to be a big issue. on services.
Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you, Acting City Manager Sweeney. So right now we are using those vacancy savings to fund technical recruiters to go out and headhunt excellent professionals to join our team. So in this round, when we're going out to look for those 3 vacant IT analysts, we're able to not just let those funds sit there, but use them to go out and compete for top tier talent and be active in getting them here. The other piece to mention is when we're out there in the world recruiting, candidates want to see that we have fully funded positions. So if we were recruiting for a position that we are then going to try and get back in the mid-year, that would put us at a big disadvantage when we're competing with talent. We need to be able to make offers quickly and onboard the best staff as fast as we possibly can.
But you have 3, you have 5, you have 3, I mean, can't even hire one. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I think as Daniel already mentioned, 3 of them have traditionally already been IT analysts. One was digital media specific, and the nuance and narrowness of that position made it very hard to cross-train and provide the level of service that we need to continually provide, not only to our workforce in this area, but to council when we stream, whether it's a city council meeting, a special meeting like this. Having a narrow position like that didn't give us the ability to have backups and backups, which is why we have, management level positions here tonight doing this meeting, as opposed to IT analysts that could cross-train, cover each other, and allow for a better delivery of that service. And then the 5th position, the GIS, is also a nuance specific position. With our limited ability to recruit, we can only recruit effectively for so many positions at one time. So the GIS had to be put on the lower priority list while we focus on recruiting for those IT analysts that were deemed more critical for this.
What was the average IT analyst compensation?
Let me look that up for you
It's
right now.
about 150,000.
So 150 times 5.
Vice Mayor, if I may, one of the positions was not actually vacant for over a year. It was a video media specialist position that was actually filled. The employee ended up leaving the organization. So that is the position, that's the last position that got deleted and then turned into IT analyst for to provide better redundancy.
What's the average? Please.
So just salary for IT analysts, the range goes from 108,000 as the minimum to 142,000 as the maximum salary.
I still need some answers on how I can use those. Is some of the things here is moved? Can you move those to public works? To the ones that I suggested to add. Can I move those without defunding this? I don't know. You guys tell me.
Okay, we heard your feedback, so
Okay, we're gonna.
Okay, Councilmember Ben.
Yeah, I think there's a way to fund those positions without, detracting from the goals of this specific funding proposal. I guess my question is, is this something that can be accomplished by bidding it out? The services. I know it's not ideal, but
Yeah, currently we're actually looking for temporary positions right now to fill the needs. And as I mentioned earlier, there are quite a few initiatives that's on hold. So to get that moving while the recruitment, the full-time position recruitment is happening, we're looking at, we have actually been setting up interviews to do that for the temp position.
okay, thank you. Yeah, I know a lot of cities are facing budget constraints, and many cities have even had to do some layoffs, but it's not ideal, but a temporary solution to meeting these service needs is to contract out services. I think that sometimes could provide a lot of value and cost savings. And sometimes entirely transform departments. So that's something to keep in mind as we move forward throughout the rest of the conversations. I personally do support these FTE positions. And I just can't stress enough how important it is for us to have a devoted staff that has the training and expertise on cybersecurity, because a number of cities and government organizations are getting hit with ransomware attacks, essentially locking out access to critical information, secure information, confidential information, holdings cities hostages until a fee, a ransom is paid for, and it's a very real thing. They're targeting cities, agencies, obviously corporations. Many cities have been affected, and there's no way to get around it. And so having the preventative measures in place, the kind of leadership that requires, it's gonna need some resources, and we can either do that through in-house or not, but we do need to dedicate resources to prevent cybersecurity risks and attacks. I swear I get like so many phishing emails every single day telling me, oh, I've subscribed to Microsoft Office or whatever, and my card's been charged to my city email. On top of the scams that they would text me, oh, your Netflix has been deactivated. I don't pay for Netflix, like
Facebook.
Yeah, but a lot of folks are falling victim, and no matter how much we train our own, for it, occasionally mistakes happen. So the best way is to invest in the infrastructure and the staffing resources to sustain it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Van. So I have a question to answer. So why is it so hard to fill these positions? Is it because, we're too high tech, or is it real competitive, or do we get them and then they don't work out and they leave? What's the
One
problem?
of the positions was employee came in and didn't have the adequate skills to fulfill the duties. The other area is it's just difficult to find the skilled employees, because especially we're in the Silicon Valley and there's a lot of perks from all these private companies. And at the same time, as you might have heard in the news, there's a lot of layoffs happening, but we don't see the increasing pool of qualified candidates, because when they are laid off, they usually get very good severance packages. So we don't see the change immediately. But as the Councilmember Fan mentioned on the cybersecurity, as you know, it's a around the clock duty, and all of these increasing number of threats can really compromise our safety and the reliability of all of our systems that we use. What we have determined is that a lot of the companies, they actually have a dedicated cybersecurity positions, but we determined that it is, serve the city better if we have a pool of IT analysts that are cross-trained and they can actually divide the duties of the cybersecurity. We thought it was going to be a better fit and a better investment for the city. That's the reason why we think that keeping the number of IT analyst positions we have is very, very important. And again, cybersecurity, we're implementing a lot of different systems in right now. But in order for those systems to be as effective as possible, we need the people to manage that.
Yeah, maybe, you said you're going to be more aggressive in hunting.
Yes,
reaching
ma'am.
out. Okay.
We're absolutely doing that right now.
Okay.
We actually have interviews coming up this week.
Okay, thank you. So, Ashwini? Oh, Gary, Councilmember Barbadillo? Do you have any questions?
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. If we could go to the next slide, please. Now we're gonna move into a couple of other sections. We could go fairly quickly through this one unless you have questions, and then we do need to kind of get your feedback on the additional money that we talked about before that have not been programmed in the budget. So I'll hand it off to Deputy City Manager Mancano to talk, to walk you through the next few slides.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. On this slide, we're going to be back in front of you at the second council meeting in June to talk about the council priority list. We'll be giving detailed updates on a number of the priority items that are underway, as well as talking to the mayor and city council on what additional priority efforts we want to invest time and effort in. What we wanted to do during this budget study session is just to highlight what a lot of those items are, just in case there's something you want to bring up during the budget study session or the adopted budget, since we will be having the priority setting session after the adopted budget. So this slide is a list of projects that are already either funded, completed, or underway. Some of them are partially funded, such as an evaluation as opposed to a construction project. So these projects are either funded, underway, or already included in the budget. And I just wanted to, we want to make sure you saw this list in front of you today. I'll move on to the next slide, please. This list also is funded, completed, or included in the budget. So the pickleball, as an example, at the capital budget adoption recently, Mayor and City Council voted to the $100,000 reserve for pickleball, and we're working through finishing up a community survey right now, and then we'll be back in front of the mayor council in the near future to talk about to provide you some recommendations on how to invest that $100,000. And there's other items on this list as well that are already completed, underway, or included in the budget. Next slide, please. This is a list of items that are currently unfunded and will be discussed at the next Green Priority Setting meeting. I want to be really clear. Although the entire items are unfunded, there are actions that are underway for each of these. For example, the community garden or the community lot at Vasona, we are doing a survey right now of the community, and those results will be back in time for the June council prioritization session. We are surveying the community on pickleball. We're surveying teams, going to survey the teams in the very near future on potential options for the teen center in the future, and we are also looking at an initial outreach for small and local businesses to look at ideas to enhance their participation in our construction program in the city, but a full program implementation of a small and local business partnership for construction projects is something we'll have to discuss more in the future. Next slide, please. And this is also a list of items that are going to be included in the priority setting session that are not funded at this time, although and we want to leave this list on here. Main Street infrastructure projects. And on Main Street infrastructure projects, although we don't have any current city funding, we have great progress so far with our federal and state legislatures on possibly identifying state and federal funding for underground or for streetlight construction on Main Street. So we're excited about that possibility. And there's other items on this list that will also be discussed in more detail in the June prioritization session. I'll pause here. I'll go to the next slide and then come back for questions. So we want to make sure, as part of this presentation today, that we had shared the distribution of ARPA funding. So this is similar to what has been presented to the Mayor and City Council in February 2023, $4.97 million $16.7 million totally invested in ARPA funding. As of February 2023, 4.97 million was expended, and 298,400 was available to be allocated. And the mayor and city council voted to hold off on the specifics of that allocation until the budget for further discussion of the budget process. Next slide, please. So this slide shows fundings that are available for consideration tonight. This 848,000 summarized in the first bullet is not currently allocated to any specific proposals in the budget. So we have not earmarked it in the proposed budget for any specific position. So it's money that is still available to be assigned. The ARPA funding that I just mentioned of 298,000, CIP savings, at the CIP adoption recently, the mayor and city council voted to hold off on the office remodel for $450,000. So that funding is available. And we have a library contribution for extended hours at the library that we do not have to pay to the county this year of 100,000. So combined, that's 848,400 that can be considered as part of this budget adoption to supplement service levels from the proposed budget or make any other adjustments. Some considerations that's important for us to think of as we look at this 848,400 is it one-time funds. So although we can use one-time funds for staffing, we always have to consider that if we do that, we're going to need to continue to fund those in future years with other monies. We do have a lot of current and future capital needs, and we also have a lot of current and future operational needs as well. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Matt. So I just wanted to go over the budget calendar and then just some closing remarks, and then we would like to get some feedback from the council. So in the budget calendar, you saw this at the start of the presentation. What I wanted to point out here is we do come to you for budget adoption consideration in early June, and then it goes into effect July 1st. We do allow some time. It takes about 15 days for us to put things into place on the back end so that we can begin implementation July 1st. It requires a lot of actions on the part of our finance and HR staff as well as our IT staff to make those changes. And so I did want to note that in this calendar. And again, in closing, just want to thank you for your time and all of the discussion today. Again, we'll be back to you on June 6th and look forward to kind of the continued discussion of the allocation of dollars that Matt just talked about. You don't obviously have to allocate anything, but we just wanted to put that out there. If there were things, as you were talking about, things you would like additional, we can take that feedback and see how to bring that back to you as part of the budget using this 850,000. And again, best practice as one-time funding is to use for kind of one-time uses, right? Like capital, but having heard some of the operational support feedback, we could also look at using this money for that on a kind of funding for a year or two and then incorporating that into ongoing budgets. So did want to kind of put that out there and open it up for additional discussion from council. And thank you again for your patience and all of the feedback.
Thank you. So I had a question. When I would like to increase the allocation for funding, because right now we get 5,000. I would like to increase it to 10,000. So what would that fall into?
We'll take that feedback and then incorporate that. And Mayor, just to clarify, so this is the travel allowance for council. And are you asking for each of the council members or?
Well, I was thinking the mayor, because we have more duties.
Okay.
But if you want to, if the council wants to.
Why don't you do it for the entire council? We're gonna raise one, it should be the other, whether we use it or not, it's up to us.
Okay, so I just want then right now it's at 5,000 and you'd like to add an additional 5,000 to
for all those.
So that would be another 25,000 and sure, we'll take that.
Okay. The other question I have is, we haven't gone over the Recreation and Community Services Department.
We did kind of when we were looking at proposals, but happy to go back and look at that.
Okay, I missed it then.
Yeah, we can go back. So it would be slide 28.
Right, we can go over that. So my concern is that we've been having a lot of folks reaching out for social services, and I would like to see more of a social services position. Maybe some kind of restructuring where we can put that in there, because I've been getting a lot of calls from seniors that not only that, but unhoused people. So, and that was one of the positions that a previous council had spoke about some kind of social services, be more inclusive in our Parks and Rec department. So, and those are my thoughts. Anybody else have any thoughts? Councilmember Van?
Yeah, I would like to revisit, because I noticed, we haven't heard from, the city attorney, in terms of the budget and the funding proposals. So can we pull up the slide, or if there's any presentation? Or is that a separate?
Sure, if we could pull up slide 32, and again, this is just the proposals. Is that what you'd like to, I mean, the proposal from the city attorney's office is just the one law clerk, which is a summer internship. But we can also go over the org chart of the budget if you'd like to.
Can we go over the org chart?
Sure, we can, we'll pull it up in the page number in the budget book. So in the budget book, it is, it's page 121, which shows the city attorney's office. We have a total of 3 full-time positions with the city attorney, the assistant city attorney, and a legal assistant. And then the proposal, again, like I said, is just for a summer law clerk. And I will let the city attorney add to any of that if he'd like to.
Sure, the request for the summer law clerk position would be a temporary position that would be filled by a law student from one of the presumably Bay Area law schools. This would be allow that student to be trained in municipal finance, which is not a topic that's generally covered in law schools. To help produce the next generation of municipal law lawyers, it would raise the city attorney and the city of Milpitas's visibility within the legal community and help towards future succession planning.
Okay, and I noticed we have an assistant city attorney position here. Is that already filled?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay. And so what's the cumulative cost of the assistant city attorney, the legal assistant, and the law intern?
Oops. I just got signed out of.
Or Lauren, if you have. Yes, the cumulative cost of the assistant city attorney, the legal assistant, and the law intern.
Oh, for each position, the cumulative cost or the individual classification? The cumulative cost, okay, sure. So on page 24 in the city attorney's office, it shows for the proposed budget $806,000 for staffing costs.
It's 120, page 120, I believe.
100, page 120.
120.
$806,000 for those positions.
So for those 3 positions?
All the positions in the organization, yes.
Okay. How does that compare to previous fiscal years?
Sure. So we look, so the question is, how does this compare to prior year? In page 124, what we'll see is several years of actual with the city attorney's office being through BDK, and then adopted budget and the proposed budget. So when we look at those 4 years presented, it ranges between 1.4 million, a million, and 1.2 million. So this proposed budget is within the experience of the last couple of years under the BBK model.
Okay, and so, from 21, fiscal year 21-22 to 22 to 23. And I guess to the current, in the 800,000 range, do we expect that to increase or decrease in future years?
I think I'll let the city attorney speak to that because it's going to be relative to service level and kind of litigation costs. So there's elements that are ongoing and then there's elements that are pretty dynamic.
Sorry, I'm not sure how to use my microphone. For the most part, I think this would be a fairly stable staffing level for the services that we're providing. I wouldn't expect it to increase significantly. There may be some outside legal services that would be required for certain either specific practice areas or for specific litigation that would be outside of the city's control. The permanent staffing levels I would expect to remain about the same with whatever cost of living increases would be authorized by council.
And so the cost of living increases aside, we should anticipate annual appropriation of around 800,000 at the very least.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I would hope that we can work towards cost savings. My experience has been that the previous model worked efficiently, and when you take a number like 58,000 and you go from that to 800,000, that's a pretty stark contrast. If the numbers were closer, I would have a different view. But when we're talking about funding positions and funding, quality of services, many of these asks are much less than the $700,000 or so difference. It begs the question, can we do something else with that money? And so that's something that I would ask my colleagues to consider as we move forward with future budget discussions.
Thank you, Councilman McCann. Vice Mayor Kula.
I would only like to go back to Arts and Recs, page 231. So another goal of ours, I think, as a city, is to be able to service more services for social services. And we really need to focus on that, like the mayor said, it's for seniors. Most of our issues are senior-related housing, like needs for legal services and all that. So also I've noticed that there is on the org chart, there is no specific, there's no focus on social services. So my recommendation is to have the social services function under the Recreation Supervisor Senior Center, because they're totally related. And and do a reclass of this position to be a manager. So opening it up for more upward mobility for the rest of the staff. That's just my suggestion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We are proposing to move the social services under the senior, because we see that synergy too, and maybe Director Lawrence would like to speak to it. We are not proposing to reclassify, just based on, I think, what the other recreation supervisors have in their purview and sort of keeping that equity, but I'll let Connie speak to it.
Thank you, Ashwini Kantak, and thank you for the question. So we are moving social services coordinator and those functions under the senior center supervisor. So it'll be housed here. There's a lot of synergy there. Even most of the cases are senior related, or they are households with seniors, because so many of Milpitas residents live in multi-generational houses. So we wanted to bring those two things together. The majority of work that the social services section does right now is MAP and administrative. So we are looking to achieve in the restructuring of where that position lies to build in more efficiencies and capacities with better support administratively. And, you know, when you add in that supervisor and move the social services coordinator over, there's more time and attention that can be achieved with that relationship. There are a few things that we have in the works to address capacity as well and response times. We have an internship program that we're getting ready to launch, and with moving it over to the senior center supervisor, we think we'll get that going pretty quickly, and then continue to gauge where the needs are in future staff placements, if that's the direction the council would like us to go.
That would be good. So your org chart is aligned with our vision as a council.
That's correct.
Addressing the social services.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I also wanted to mention it is important to have a social services person there that is really dedicated, not quasi, but dedicated to serving the seniors and the residents. Thank you.
Mayor.
So, Vice Mayor Lynn. Maybe that's a pseudo Freudian slip. Okay, so Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you. I would like to add 3 different events onto our list for the Chinese and the Vietnamese community. One is the Chinese and Vietnamese New Year. The second one is the Black April. It is very, very important to the Vietnamese community because that's the day that the fall of Saigon. And the third one I'd like to add on there is the Autumn Festival for the kids. Renee, share with me, when we have the flag raising, can we set up chairs and have the mic, and is it possible to have something outdoor at Caesar Palace? I was going to say Caesar Palace.
Well, I don't have that yet as part of our recreation infrastructure, but maybe in a future. So yes, to your question, council member, that is possible. The flag raising ceremony program really encourages the grassroots effort with the local organizations or community groups to sponsor the events. We found in the last year that it is increased participation in the community and the attendance of those events. So once a community group applies with us online to host the event, that kicks in that city support so that they have staff support throughout the planning process, help with marketing. We set up the chairs, the podium, staff is there to raise and lower the flag, and all those connections that we can create, sound systems, etc. So that is all possible. That information and the ability to sign up is all virtual now. It's on our website. So we regularly send out information to some of our cultural groups and on our social media that people can host these flag raising ceremonies because they're of great significance to the community.
Okay, so you will reach out to them and you will help them with the process.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, the other question that I asked acting city manager, council member cannot sponsor an event, is that true?
Right, so go ahead.
Yes, Councilmember Leanne, that's correct. We did look at that in the past and just given sort of the council member's role in the city. It's really kind of community groups that can take that on and not individual council members. Because of kind of what it would signify in terms of city involvement. And so that's something that actually was looked at in the past. So again, we would, I mean, maybe there's a partnership with a community group, but really the community group is the main entity. Yes.
All right.
And Councilmember Leanne, could I just, you talked about 3 different events. So the Chinese and Vietnamese New Year, we do have a Lunar New Year event already in the list. So are you looking for something different or just continuing that? Okay, thank you.
And I remember last year, there's a autumn festival.
The Lantern Festival, yes, so continuing that. So the only new one then would be Black April.
Yes.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dan. Vice Mayor?
Vice Mayor.
And Vice Mayor. Your mic is on. There you go.
I'd like to, you think you can get away with it, not talking tonight, right? Director HR. Nobody's getting away with anything. Okay, on your org chart, why is there a need to reclassify HR manager? This used to be an employee relations officer. Why?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So this is a retitle only. Employee relations officer is a very specialized term within the HR realm. And it speaks to a very specific set of skills. We need an HR manager who can have a wider array of responsibilities under them, which is actually how we're using it now. So this actually reflects current usage as opposed to having a very narrowly defined position. In most large organizations like a city of San Jose, Oakland, San Francisco, you have an employee relations officer who deals only with labor, only with unions, only with negotiating. For an HR team of our size, we all need to be all hands on deck with recruitment or benefits or labor relations. We need to have that versatility at all levels. So this represents a better delivery of service from that level of position.
Is the range for the HR manager differ from the employee relations officer?
No, the way, oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for that follow-up question, Madam Vice Mayor. So in many organizations of our size, let's use a comparator like Sunnyvale, for example. In Sunnyvale's HR model, they have 3 HR managers. One of them is an employee relations HR manager, one of them is a benefits HR manager, one of them is a recruitment HR manager. So the salary level is still consistent across all of those areas. So this is similar to many of our comparable agencies.
Great to know. So it's just a title change.
It is only a title change, that's correct.
Thank you. I like that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, I guess, planning if, you know, specifically for planning services, if the proposed budget and consolidation addresses the service needs of the department, because, you know, I understand positions will be shifting around. Is there a need for additional staffing specifically in planning?
That's a very interesting question. I'll just give you some history. Well, we'll think about the history from it. So 3 years ago, we created the principal planner position to address long-range planning needs in the department. That's been very successful as we had planned. Things like the SMART program, Main Street Gateway Plan update. We've received a lot of grants. Grants have funded our objective design standards, our ADU toolkit, those sorts of things. So that's worked out very well.
All of these are award-winning.
Yes, award-winning. Thank you. I didn't want to go too far and oversell it, but so that's been good. Now in the pandemic, of course, planning lost a position. We defunded the planning manager position, and with that, the principal planner took on a few more responsibilities. And recognizing that, and as we looked at this consolidation we talked about tonight, well, if I'm going to expand my portfolio, so to speak, or my responsibilities, then someone has to kind of cover for the time that I won't be able to spend down in the weeds and planning. So that would fall to the principal planner, but that expands his role. So that was being reclassified up to like a deputy director, because we're calling it a planning official, so it would match building official. So, you know, it's assumed that he would continue, that person would continue to cover long-range planning as well, but yeah, they will be stretched a little bit, and I'll be really honest, it does leave a little bit of a hole for long-range planning. And we still do have projects like the Gateway Main Street Plan and the zoning ordinance update that are very large projects that are ongoing. So that's a little bit of the history. And yeah, honestly speaking, he said, well, we'll see how it goes, but it does stretch that for that. It's not so much the person, but it stretches that function. It leaves a hole for long-range planning in the department, which is, you know, takes us back 3 years ago to when we created that position to fill that same need.
Yeah, well, I'm not too sure if, you know, we have the capacity to necessarily do like a deputy position, but I think that perhaps an assistant planning position might be helpful to take on those added shifted duties. You know, if you know that's something that you find would be helpful for the department, we can certainly you know, continue the conversation towards refunding you know, previously defunded positions. But you know, I think that might be a good first step if that's something that you know, makes sense to my colleagues and obviously to you.
Yeah, to be honest, it probably wouldn't, you know, I think we have sufficient management, you know, with the consolidation, we would have sufficient management structure for the department, but you know, so it wouldn't need to necessarily, it wouldn't need to replace that manager position type of just a staff level position to cover, and that would be focused on those duties, would fill that hole. This similar to what I did 3 years ago. So I appreciate the thoughts, the question.
Thank you, Councilmember. And personally, I think it's still premature because we are going to merge, and so I'd rather wait on that. However, you know, I would like to bring up, I know that we all voted not to provide facilities for our city attorney, but I would like to bring that up again. Because the more and more I think about it, you know, he did hire someone. So I'd like to put that back on that list. Thank you. All right, I think that's it. Well, we're back to the agenda. So, so next we will move on to our announcements. Actually, city council, we already did city council discussion and direction, and the direction was, or if you can wrap it up and the synopsis.
Yeah, so I think I'll just say we heard your feedback on kind of the proposals, consolidations, positions. On just the allocation, I heard a few things that we'll take back and then again, come back to you because there's feedback from everybody. So we'll, you know, some of the ones are simpler, like the travel allowance or even the event. The 450,000 for the city attorney's office. It would be helpful to know if there's council consensus on that because that's a big amount, right? If you want to put back, then that means that's not available for other things. Because again, the feedback we heard was maybe some additional staffing elsewhere where we would have looked at this amount of funding for that. So I think at this point, let us take it back and you know, we'll do the best we can to address all of kind of what we heard. And then bring back to you, I think we'll talk at staff level to see if there is a need to have an additional meeting for the June 6th meeting. And then we may need to have one more meeting to kind of talk about here's what we heard, here's what we're proposing, so that then we can bring it to you for adoption and stay on, you know, on point and meet the timelines for budget.
Great. Okay, so any announcements from my colleagues? If none, then this meeting is. Did you have anything else?
Well, I can not the public.
Oh. Public comments.
Public comment already did that. Okay.
All are presenting all of their groups, so everybody is contributing what they have. Very knowledgeable people of the city, and thanks for having me here. So I believe we will receive the presentation. And there was a topic of integration or non-integration.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a lot of information. Thank you. I was silent there and I made it. I wasn't able to be here on time. So my word is, I made it. I was listening and I got them all. I have more than 500 words. I scribbled in my note. Thank you.
Thank you for your civic duty and showing up here. So with that, one more, Councilmember Barbadillo, do you have anything to mention, say?
Yeah, just a parting word. So with regards to while we make our decision on the integration of the different departments, there would be some specific factual basis in addition to what we have heard today, that would be helpful.
Okay, great. All right, now this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you.
Everyone, thank you.